Chapter 37:26. The antidote Ling Xiao gave him was real. There was no need for him to do anything. Yu Hua didn't want to piss him off. He just wanted this to end as soon as possible. That was all. Yu Hua fed Yu Qilong the antidote. After making sure that Yu Qilong was cured, he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. You're smart and cunning, but you're still one step behind. He suddenly sneered. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked. Gao Hong. Yu Hua said calmly. Zilong isn't the only hostage we have. We have Gao Hong too. Commander Gao isn't dead. Ling Xiao saw Gao Hong explode his inner core with his own eyes. So, he thought Gao Hong was dead. After exploding his inner core, he can still live for a while. Our Yu family used a special method to save his life. After all, the value of a dead person is too small. Although Gao Hong was now a cripple, he was still able to live like an ordinary person. I believe Zi Qianye won't watch him die without doing anything. Yu Hua sneered. Zi Qianye was the key to the problem. Yu Hua knew that. Gao Hong was not only the commander of the guards of the king's mansion, but he was also Zi Qianye's uncle. If it wasn't for Gao Hong, Zi Qianye would have been dead. So, in Zi Qianye's eyes, Gao Hong's life was no worse than Zilong's. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. Gao Hong risked his life to save him. If he was really alive, he wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Although the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme was precious, it wasn't as precious as a person who was willing to sacrifice his life for him. Yu Hao, show them, Yu Hua said calmly. Yes. Yu Hao took out a mirror, and an image appeared on it. It was what happened after Gao Hong exploded his inner core. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of treasure a long time ago. It could record what happened. He used his Tai Chi eye to confirm that this thing was real. What do you want to do? Ling Xiao asked. It's very simple. Give Bloody Sun World to me. Not only can I give it to you, but I can also give it to you. What's more, everything that happened before can be written off. Yu Hua said calmly. To him, Yu Qilong being captured and injured this time was not necessarily a bad thing. Yu Qilong's life had been too smooth in the past, so it was inevitable that he would be a little arrogant. Now that he had suffered such humiliation, he would probably become more rational in the future. He wouldn't be as arrogant as he was now. This was very beneficial to his son's growth. As for the two arms, it was easy for a divine core warrior to reattach them. It was even less of a problem. How about this? I'll leave the second-generation Bloody Sun World to you for now. After you bring Gao Hong over, the first-generation Blood Sun World can be given to you. Zi Qianye's mind was in a mess. She could only let Ling Xiao make the decision. You have no right to bargain with me, Yu Hua said. I don't intend to bargain with you. I'll do as I say. If I destroy the Blood Sun Scripture, no one will be able to get it. Ling Xiao said coldly. Let's not waste time here. If you want to get the Blood Sun World as soon as possible, bring him here immediately. You really have to die. Otherwise, with you around, this old man will always feel restricted no matter what I do. Yu Hua gave Ling Xiao a deep look. He didn't even try to hide his killing intent. I'm honored to receive such a compliment. What I said, do you accept it? Ling Xiao asked. Give it to me. Yu Hua extended his hand and said, Gao Hong's body is weak. He can't travel long distances. Otherwise, he will die easily. We'll bring him to a safe place near the Nether Realm. It can guarantee his safety. 10 days later, we'll prepare to open the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. You just need to arrive at the Xiling Nether Realm within 10 days. Remember to bring the first-generation Blood Sun World. Yu Hao, let's go. After saying that, Yu Hua turned around and left. Yu Hao carried Yu Qilong and left as well. Yu Qilong's eyes were filled with hatred. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. Even without today's incident, Yu Qilong wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, what was he afraid of? You could have asked me for help. A woman's voice suddenly sounded. It was Yang Shui. There's no need for that. If you really want to help me, you can come with me to the Xiling Nether Realm. You might even be able to obtain the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Shui and said, "Of course I want to follow you. I want to see what kind of person my future husband is. You didn't disappoint me today." Yang Shui smiled faintly and said, "But it's far from enough." Ling Xiao ignored Yang Shui. He carried Zi Qianyi and asked Master Tai Yuan to take care of Zilong. Although Zilong didn't suffer any physical injuries, he suffered a huge psychological blow. He needed to rest. Only he could remove the flowery insect goo in Zi Qianye's body. Just like Yu Qilong said, the entire king's residence was in a deep sleep. The old man from the ultimate ruins was nowhere to be found. But this guy was probably on Zi Qianye's blacklist. Zi Qian, you would never let go of such a traitor. Sister King, what are you doing? After placing Zi Qianyi on the bed, Ling Xiao was about to remove the flowery insect goo. Suddenly, his body was restrained by Zi Qianyi. Clang! Zi Qianyi closed the door and used a seal talisman. There was no rationality in Zi Qianye's eyes. All that was left was impulsiveness. I was careless. Ling Xiao was depressed. When they were at the star-picking pavilion, the flowery insect goo didn't act up. Ling Xiao thought it wouldn't act up so easily. But who knew that the flowery insect goo would act up as soon as they entered the room? Ling Xiao became the victim. He didn't know that Zi Qianyi was holding on with her strong willpower. She didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of others. But now that she relaxed a little, the flowery insect goo took advantage of her weakness. The room instantly fell into a romantic atmosphere. Forced by a 5th-level Divine Core warrior, a perfect Golden Core warrior, Ling Xiao had finally lost his virginity. After the madness, Zi Qianyi fell asleep peacefully. Ling Xiao was incomparably depressed. During the whole process, he was like a puppet, allowing Zi Qianyi to do whatever she wanted. But he couldn't blame Zi Qianyi because Zi Qianyi was poisoned by the flowery insect goo. It wasn't Zi Qianyi's fault. Sigh, luckily, my martial soul of tyrant heavens automatically devoured the flowery insect goo. Now, Zi Qianyi should be fine. But the weirdest thing is, after having sex, my cultivation base has broken through to the early Iron Core realm. Even Zi Qianye's cultivation base has broken through. I haven't broken through for more than 10 years, and I just broke through because of something so weird. I bet that Yu Hua never expected this. Chapter 37:27. She sighed. Ling Xiao moved his arm that could now move and prepared to leave. However, Zi Qianyi pulled him back. "Stay with me." Zi Qianyi said, "Sister Monarch, what happened last night was just a beautiful mistake. You are still my sister, and I am still your brother." Ling Xiao put down Zi Qianyi's hand and said calmly, "He was the one who was taken advantage of. Why? Am I not good enough?" Although Zi Qianyi was controlled by the flower parasite, she still had her memories. So what happened last night? She knew better than anyone. "Sister Monarch, you are very good, but you know better than me the reason for what happened last night. Let's talk about something else." Ling Xiao walked over and opened the door. He didn't want the people of the Monarch Mansion, who were gradually waking up to know that the door was closed. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Zi Qianyi said angrily. "Even if Sister Monarch wants to kill me, I will still have the same attitude. This time, both of us are the victims. Yu Qilong is the culprit. I will not go against my heart because of fear. I only have one lover, and she is still waiting for me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Forget it. How can I bear to kill you? Let's just treat it as a beautiful misunderstanding. If it wasn't for this misunderstanding, I would not have been cured, and I would not have been able to break through. The anger on Ziqian Ye's face was just an act. How could she hate Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao desperately escaped from the bloody battlefield and helped her escape from Yu Qilong's clutches. He also helped her save her brother. To be honest, she was very grateful. She had always looked down on men. But Ling Xiao was one of the few people who she admired and trusted. Let's not talk about that. What about Commander Gao Hong? Ling Xiao changed the topic. The Z clan should have more people than the Monarch Mansion, right? That's right. Our Z clan is also a large clan in the Zifu Kingdom. Our overall strength was inferior to the Yu clan in the past, but now that I've broken through, the Z clan can completely contend with the Yu clan. Ziqian was indeed worthy of being the monarch. Just a moment ago, he was still full of love, but in an instant, he became completely calm. The inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme cannot be given to the Yu clan. Therefore, I suggest that you gather the experts of the Z family and prepare to fight. I know the location of Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Ling Xiao suggested. That's right, you're right. Since the Yu clan has already shed all pretense of cordiality with us. In that case, there was no need to hide it. However, are you sure that now is the best time to open the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance? Don't forget, the Yu clan has been researching the inheritance for a long time. He's definitely more familiar with them than us. Ziqian reminded, even if that's the case, we still have to open it. Otherwise, if the Yu clan purposely leaked the news of the Blood Sun world and the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, perhaps even the king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom would be alarmed. At that time, there will be even more people fighting over it, and the situation will become even more troublesome. Ling Xiao said, Yes, you're more comprehensive than me. All these years, the reason why they didn't leak the news was because they felt that they could secretly take the inheritance for themselves. However, if they can't, they'll definitely do whatever it takes. Ziqian pondered for a moment before nodding. However, there's still some trouble. Your clan's trouble, right? Ling Xiao asked. You guessed it? Ziqian was even more surprised. Ling Xiao's strength wasn't that great, but his talent and intelligence were top-notch. I heard that the main clan of the Z family is in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. You, on the other hand, were chased out. You and your younger brother are dependent on each other. Ling Xiao said, I'm sorry, I've asked others about your clan. There's no need to apologize. These things aren't a secret. When I was competing for the position of patriarch, I had an obvious advantage. However, at that time, my parents met with an accident. I was exhausted and no longer had the heart to compete. After that, I left and went to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. However, the current family head is someone who has been defeated by me. He is a narrow-minded person. He has always been brooding over this matter. I'm afraid that if we need their help with the inheritance, it will be troublesome, Ziqian said with a bitter smile. I don't think so. The patriarch has only been defeated once, and he's acting like this. If there's no other way, just beat him up again. After all, you're a mortal core warrior now. You're a great general. What does he dare to say? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He still believed that in this world, strength was the most important thing. Although Ziqian was strong in the past, the patriarch of the Z family wasn't weak either. Ziqian didn't have an obvious advantage in terms of strength. That's why the patriarch wasn't convinced. But now it was different. Zi Qinya had reached the mortal core realm, and he was much stronger than the patriarch of the Zi family. Even if the patriarch wasn't convinced, he had no choice. Zi Qinya nodded his head and said, "I'm going to try peaceful means before resorting to force. Naturally, I wouldn't treat them unfairly. However, if they insist on causing trouble, then don't blame me for being impolite. That's the right thing to do. If the soft way doesn't work, then we'll use the hard way. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll always be on your side. This time, I've brought 2 helpers from the Blood Sun Kingdom, and they aren't weak," Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. It seemed like there was no grudge between them anymore, or rather, there wasn't any grudge between them. Instead, it brought the relationship between the 2 of them closer. Although Ling Xiao couldn't promise Zi Qinya anything, if he could help Zi Qinya, he wouldn't reject it. "You could have stayed out of this." Zi Qinya sighed and said, "What's the point of saying all this now? Everyone knows that I'm your brother. Even if I wanted to stay out of this, it's impossible. Besides, in Ziling Kingdom, where I'm not familiar with anyone, it was you and Zilong who gave me the feeling of family. I can't not repay your kindness. In order to protect us, Commander Gao Hong even exploded his inner core. I won't let him be crippled for nothing. I'll definitely take revenge for this." Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was now an early Iron Core warrior, and he was getting closer and closer to those mighty warriors. Taking revenge wasn't as difficult as he thought. "Thank you. I'll contact the Zi family right now." Zi Qinya gave Ling Xiao a deep look. Then he wrote a letter and sent it out using a messenger pigeon. The messenger pigeon was extremely fast. This type of puppet didn't have any offensive ability, and all its energy was used to increase its speed. A divine core warrior might need to travel for 3 days straight, but a messenger pigeon could arrive in just half a day. It took the messenger pigeon an entire day to travel from the Purple Spirit Capital to the Purple Palace Royal City. After receiving the news, the Zi family was very concerned about this matter. After all, it was the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Chapter 37:28. Among this group of 30 warriors from the Zi family, half of them were first-level Divine Core warriors, Core Formation warriors. As for the remaining half, they were at least second-level Divine Core warriors, Iron Core warriors. A group like this could definitely be considered as the elite warriors of the Zi family. In just 3 days' time, these men had arrived at Purple Spirit Capital. They had set off in secret. Therefore, even the men from the Yu family wouldn't be able to kill them on their way here. Besides, if Yu Hua really did that, if he didn't kill all of them, the king of the Zi family would know about this, and it wouldn't bring any benefits to the Yu family. Therefore, he didn't do anything. The men from the Zi family would have to go to the Purple Spirit Underworld sooner or later. At that time, he could just use the rules of the bloody battlefield to kill them. The current patriarch of the Zi family was called Zilong. His cultivation was only slightly weaker than Zi Qinya's, a late Golden Core warrior. But too bad, after Zi Qinya broke through, he was no longer as strong as he wanted to be. Of course, there were only 2 people who knew about Zi Qinya's breakthrough. One was Zi Qinya himself, and the other was Ling Xiao. Zilong would probably be very surprised by this. Zilong was slightly older than Zi Qinya, but he had married a woman who was only 30 years old. 30 years old was very young for a warrior, and for an ordinary man, he was about 15 or 16 years old. This woman's name was Mengyu. Although she was young, her strength wasn't weak. She was a 4th-level Divine Core warrior, a perfect Silver Core warrior. She was on the same level as Yu Qilong. These 2 men were the strongest men in the Zi family besides Zi Qinya. Among the remaining people, the strongest was only a Bronze Core realm martial artist who was at the level of a lieutenant general. They were about the same as Niefeng, Yu Hao, and the others. In fact, if that old monster, Yu Hua, wasn't here, the overall strength of the Z family wouldn't be much weaker than the Yu family. This was the reason why Zi Qianye had to contact all the warriors from the Z family. Their arrival would definitely be a great help to the Z family. During the 3 days of waiting for the Z family, Ling Xiao didn't just sit around and do nothing. He had been cultivating the blood shadow sword skill all this time, and he had only mastered the first style. In these 3 days, he had successfully cultivated the second and third forms. The power of the second style was comparable to a third order emperor martial skill. The third move was even stronger, although it was still a mid-level third level emperor grade martial skill. It had a special effect. Of course, other than practicing martial skills, he also sparred with Yang Shui many times to consolidate his cultivation. His breakthrough in cultivation was a complete accident. As a result, his foundation was not stable, and he needed to find his weaknesses through battle. Yang Shui really didn't know how to show mercy. However, this was also good. He could unleash his full potential, which was similar to actual combat. Anyway, no matter what he did, he couldn't kill Yang Shui. There was no need to show mercy. This also made his combat effectiveness extremely good. The consolidation of his cultivation base was done perfectly. Big brother Ling Xiao, big sister wants to see you. As he was cultivating, Zilong came looking for Ling Xiao. In 3 days, Zilong had already recovered. No matter what, he was a second-level Divine Core warrior, an Iron Core warrior. He could be of great help to Jiang Chun. Therefore, he was trying his best to save Gao Hong. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Zilong to the star-picking pavilion. The star-picking pavilion was a great place to receive guests. After all, it was a spacious place, and one could see the entire Purple Spirit Capital. For those who wanted to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Purple Spirit Capital, it was definitely a great place to visit. When Ling Xiao and Zi Long arrived at the star-picking pavilion, all the men from the Z family had already arrived. There were a total of 30 men. All of them were pretty strong. The man leading the group was slightly older than Yu Qilong and Zi Qianye. He had the face of a gentleman and looked kind and friendly. However, there was a pair of triangular eyes on his face. He looked like a poisonous snake. His eyes gave off an unfriendly look. This man was the patriarch of the Z family, Zilong. The woman sitting next to him was his wife, Meng Yu. Meng Yu had a seductive appearance. She looked like Nie Shuang. However, she was even more seductive than Nie Shuang. She looked like a snake spirit. She was very seductive, but at the same time, terrifying. Meng Yu's smile and frown could make any man's blood boil. Her appearance was no less beautiful than Zi Qianye's, but they were two completely different types. Meng Yu was charming and seductive, while Zi Qianye was graceful and elegant. Sitting behind the two of them were the other masters of the Z family. Most of them were quite old. However, there were also some in their 30s and 40s. None of them were under the age of 30. No wonder everyone called Zilong the number 1 genius of the Z family. Zilong was the only one who had broken through to the Divine Core realm before the age of 30. The rest of them had only broken through after that. Right now, the atmosphere in the star-picking pavilion wasn't right. Zi Qianye sat there, surrounded by all the men from the Z family. However, he couldn't sense any familial affection from them. In Ling Zhao's opinion, these men were here to force him to abdicate. He guessed that these men didn't care about Gao Hong's life at all. They were here to force Zi Qianye to hand over the Bloody Sun world. No wonder Zi Qianye had never returned to the family after coming to the small Purple Spirit Kingdom. Her parents had died because her family members didn't help them. She had lost all confidence in this cold and indifferent family. If it wasn't for the fact that she needed help to save Gao Hong, she wouldn't have contacted these men. But contact was just contact. She didn't want to work with these men. She wanted to control the entire Z family. Through what happened to Yu Qilong, she realized this. No matter how strong an individual was, without the support of a family, it would be very troublesome. But things didn't go as smoothly as she thought. Her parents had died for more than 20 years, but her family members hadn't changed at all. They still only cared about their own benefits, the benefits in front of them, and didn't care about the lives of others. Bullshit. Suddenly, Zilan slammed the table. Then he looked at Zi Qianye and furiously said, "Zi Qianye, you're so stupid. Both Bloody Sun worlds are in your hands, but you didn't know the Blood Sun scripture was in them. You didn't know the Blood Sun scripture was related to the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. What the hell are you doing? You're just a piece of trash. All right, hand over the remaining first-generation Blood Sun world. You don't have to worry about the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. We'll open it together with the Yu family. As for who gets the inheritance in the end, it'll be up to luck." Zi Qianye only smiled faintly, as if he didn't take Zilan's words seriously. Zilong was unhappy. "Zilan, who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously in the king's residence? Don't forget that the Bloody Sun worlds belong to the king's residence, not the Z family." "Shut up, little brat. You don't have the right to speak here. Go away." If you hadn't been captured, the second Bloody Sun worlds wouldn't have been given to the Yu family. We could have opened the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance independently. Chapter 3729. Zilan was obviously here to play the bad cop. As for his woman, Meng Yu, she was here to play the bad cop. At this moment, Meng Yu smiled and said, "Husband, don't be angry. I believe Sister Qianye will think it through. She is alone, and she can't fight against the Yu family. The Bloody Sun world will definitely be handed over to the Z family." Hearing their words, Zi Qianye's heart was truly hurt. She had thought that she could use this incident to unite the Z family. Otherwise, when the Yu family gained power this time, they would definitely not let the Z family off so easily. The Z family would face a disaster. But what disappointed her was that Zilan didn't care about the Z family's current situation and still wanted to take the Bloody Sun world for herself. Damn it! It wasn't as if she couldn't understand what Zilan was thinking. Zilan's strength was weaker than her. That was why she didn't have a good position as the head of the family. There had always been a disagreement within the family. Some people thought that in order to become the head of the family, one should at least be the strongest in the family. Obviously, Zilan wasn't qualified. At this moment, the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme had become Zilan's last hope. He hoped that he could use the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance to become stronger than Zi Qianye. At that time, his position as the head of the Z family would be secured. But he didn't think that Zi Qianye would hand over the Bloody Sun world so easily. Even if she didn't want the inheritance, she still had to care about Gao Hong's life. After all, Gao Hong was still in the hands of the Yu family. What if I don't want to hand it over? Zi Qianye looked at Zilan and asked if she was still a peak gold core warrior in the past. She wouldn't be able to fight against so many people. But now, she was an early mortal core warrior. Even if all these people worked together, they would still be no match for her. If it wasn't for the fact that she was busy, she wouldn't want the Z family to help her. You don't want to? This isn't up to you. I am the head of the Z family. As a member of the Z family, you should hand it over to me. The inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme is related to the life and death of the Z family. Unless you announce that you're leaving the Z family, you have no other choice. Zilan was extremely domineering. She was unreasonable. 1,000 pages. It's meaningless for you to hold onto Bloody Sun World by yourself. Only when our Z family is united can we stand a chance against the U family. That old bastard Yu Hua is definitely going to interfere with the inheritance of Blood Sword Supreme. So all the more reason you should hand over Blood Sun World. Our safekeeping is safer than yours. The elders of the Z family also began to speak. That's right, Chinya. As the saying goes, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. You love your younger brother the most, but because of this Bloody Sun World, your brother has been assassinated several times. It was already extremely fortunate that he was still alive. Could it be that you want this kind of thing to continue to happen? You won't be so lucky next time. These people spoke in a dignified manner as if they were doing it for Zi Chenya's sake. However, in the end, it was all for the Blood Sun World and the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. As for Gao Hong's life and death, they didn't care at all. If I hand Bloody Sun World to you, what will happen to Gao Hong? Zi Chenya asked. Gao Hong? If an outsider dies, then so be it. Why do you care so much? Could it be that there's something going on between you two? Zilan mocked. Shut up. They didn't know if Zi Chenya could listen to them. Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't listen to them anymore. The head of the Z family was simply too rude. His angry roar stunned everyone. However, after a while, the experts of the Z family realized that Ling Xiao's strength wasn't that great. They became ashamed and angry. Zilan directly slammed the table and shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with our Z family's business? Zi Chenya, you're getting more and more capable. You actually let an outsider interfere with our Z family's business. Aren't you afraid that he's a spy of the Yu family? Ha! In your hearts, apart from the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, do you have any kinship at all? How disappointing. Sister Monarch, I don't think these trash can be of any help. Why don't we just let them get lost? This group of people is not only useless to our plan, but also very likely to hinder us." Ling Xiao sneered. Zi Chenya also stood up at this time. He looked at the people of the Z family coldly and said, "I asked you to come here to help me save Gao Hong. Then I'll fight with the Yu family for the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. I didn't expect you to humiliate me like this. For the sake of our family, I won't kill you. Get lost. Go back to your purple mansion, Royal City." How dare you? How dare you talk to the head of the Z family like this? Have you eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Zilan stood up with a roar. A terrifying aura filled the entire Zhaixing pavilion. Zilong's face instantly turned pale. However, Ling Xiao quickly stood in front of him. Ling Xiao wasn't even afraid of Yu Hua's aura. He wouldn't be afraid of Zilan. Although his strength wasn't enough, Ling Xiao's soul was extremely strong. His battle intent was extremely strong. It was impossible for anyone to suppress him with just their aura. Boom! Zi Chenya was finally angry. An aura 100 times stronger than Zilan's suddenly burst out. Zilan directly knelt on the ground. His face was extremely pale. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. You, this is impossible. How can you break through?" Zilan completely collapsed. Zi Chenya's strength was far beyond his imagination. Originally, the gap between his strength and Zi Chenya's was not too big. With the power of the ancestors, he could even defeat Zi Chenya. However, once Zi Chenya broke through, it was really impossible for him to win. Nothing is impossible. To put it bluntly, your position as the head of the family was given to you by me. How dare you make a scene in front of me? Do you really think I'm still the little girl who didn't know anything? Zichenya coldly looked at Zilan, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. This Zilan not only insulted her, he also insulted Gao Hong, who almost sacrificed his life for her and her brother. He even hurt her brother. She really wanted to kill this bastard directly. Don't be impulsive. We're all from the Z family. Why do we have to fight among ourselves? It will only make the Yu family happy. An old man came out to smooth things over. Meng Yu also said to Zilan, "Husband, this time we're here to solve the problem. We're not here to fight. We're all from the Z family. I believe Sister Chenya won't mess around. Right?" Meng Yu was indeed more cunning than Zilan. She kept saying the words, Z family, because she knew Zichenya was a person who valued relationships. He definitely wouldn't mess around with this kind of thing. Of course, this was also a helpless action. Meng Yu knew clearly that the current Zichenya was no longer someone they could fight against. Even if 30 people attacked together, they might not succeed. Chapter 37:30. Zilan knew what Meng Yu said made sense, but he had nowhere to vent his anger, and this feeling made him really unhappy. Suddenly, he saw Ling Xiao. Zilong was Zichenya's younger brother, and he didn't dare bully him. But this Ling Xiao was just Zichenya's adopted brother. They weren't related by blood. If that was the case, it shouldn't be a problem to kill him. With this thought, Zilong sneered and turned to Ling Xiao. "This guy has provoked me, the clan chief of the Z family. I think it shouldn't be a problem for me to teach him a lesson, right?" Zilong sneered. Hee, you're really arrogant. You can't afford to offend the clan chief. So, you're here to bully me? But are you sure you want to provoke me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. "What? I'm not Zichenya's match, but you think I'm not a match for a kid who has just broken through to the divine core realm?" Zilong was annoyed by Ling Xiao's smile. In his mind, this guy should be scared and should be begging for mercy. That was the normal situation. That way, he could use this opportunity to humiliate Zichenya. He is indeed not a match for you, but he and Zilong are both my younger brothers. Although they aren't related by blood, they are still very close to Zilong. I advise you not to pick on him, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Zichenya looked at Zilong and said, "Zichenya, why are you attacking me, the clan chief? For an outsider, aren't you afraid of breaking the Z family's rules and provoking the King Z Palace's anger? Don't forget, I'm the King Z Palace's favorite." Zilong didn't want to lower his head anymore. If he couldn't even teach Ling Xiao a lesson today, he would lose all face as the clan chief. The King Z Palace. Zichenya furrowed his brows. Indeed, the King Z Palace was the king of the Z Palace kingdom, and he was the strongest existence in the entire Z Palace kingdom. The Z family, led by Zilong, had basically become the King Z Palace's dog. Therefore, the King Z Palace would really protect Zilong. If it was in the past, when Zichenya was at the perfect fifth divine core realm, Zichenya wouldn't dare offend the King Z Palace. But now, she was a sixth divine core warrior. It was true that the Purple Mansion King was stronger than her, but the gap between them was limited. The Purple Mansion King definitely wouldn't dare to take the risk of getting injured to deal with her. Therefore, she would not be as fearful as she was in the past. Moreover, even if she had not broken through, if someone dared to deal with Ling Xiao in front of her, she would definitely not stand by and watch. Ling Xiao was not only their benefactor. More importantly, he was her first man. No matter what, she could not help him. Unfortunately, Violet Blue did not understand this. When he saw that Zichen Yi didn't say anything, he became even more arrogant. "Kid, no one can save you today. How dare you provoke the patriarch of the Z clan?" Today is the day you die. Zilan thought that the title of Purple Mansion King had frightened Ziqinya. He was actually prepared to kill Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura was suddenly released from his body. A long purple dragon appeared behind him. His palm also took the shape of a dragon claw. Die! The dragon claw crazily clawed at Ling Xiao. Although he could easily kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care. In order to vent the anger in his heart, he even unleashed his martial soul. The razor-sharp claw clawed at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if a ferocious demon beast was charging at him. The entire place was filled with a terrifying killing intent. It was as if a gigantic demon beast had covered the entire sky and was trying to trap him. It could easily chop him into 1,000 pieces. Under the terrifying pressure, the heart of gold started to circulate faster. The potential in his body crazily surged out, as if he was trying to fight against this gigantic demon beast. Ling Xiao knew this man could easily kill him, but he didn't run away. The pressure this man brought to him was able to greatly stimulate the explosive growth of his potential. Fifth Heavenly Core Realm. A late Golden Core warrior, this man was really strong. When can I reach this realm? I should be able to head to the Eternal Emperor domain. There was no fear on Ling Xiao's face. Instead, there was only excitement. Right now, he was an early second Divine Core warrior. He wasn't far from the 5th Heavenly Core realm. Sister Ruler, you don't have to do anything. When Ling Xiao saw that Ziqinya was going to attack, he immediately refused. He didn't want Ziqinya to start a fight with the Z family because of him. If that happened, Ziqinya would definitely offend the Z Palace King, and her future days wouldn't be easy. The reason why he was so confident was because he had a way to deal with it. Slap! Just as Ziqinya was feeling confused, Zilan's attack suddenly stopped. Instead, she was slapped away by a fair palm. She crashed into the crowd and couldn't understand what had just happened. After this resounding slap, everyone was stunned. There were no extra people in the star-picking pavilion. All they saw was Zilan being slapped away by someone. It wasn't Ziqinya who slapped her. It wasn't Ling Xiao either. Who are you? Zilan looked around in fear and asked, It doesn't matter who I am. The most important thing is Ling Xiao is my man, and only I have the right to slap him. This time, I'm just teaching you a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll cripple your cultivation. In front of me, the Z Palace King is just a fart. A cold voice sounded out in the air. It was cold and eerie. Ziqinya knew it was Yang Shuyi's voice, but no one from the Z family knew. He sure is popular. He just went to the Blood Sun Kingdom, and he actually brought back such a powerful helper. She doesn't even put the Z Palace King in her eyes. How terrifying is she? Ziqinya was feeling jealous, especially when this woman said that Ling Xiao was her man. Ziqinya felt even worse. I warned you, don't mess with me. Ling Xiao looked at Zilan with a mocking expression. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you're the patriarch of the Z family. In my opinion, you're just a nobody. Although Ling Xiao said it casually, Zilan was still terrified. Zilan's heart was filled with fear. That slap had easily shattered his arcane energy shield, and even his bones had cracked. She could feel that the other party had still held back. Otherwise, his head would have exploded with just one slap. In her eyes, Ling Xiao had also become incomparably mysterious and terrifying. Who are you? Violet Blue asked in a trembling voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is that the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance can't fall into the hands of the Yu family. What's important is that Gao Hong must be saved alive. As you said, I'm just an outsider. but I can help Sister Chinya wholeheartedly. What about you? You're all related by blood, and you're from the same clan. Are you going to kill each other for that sword? If Ling Xiao had said this before, no one would have bothered with him. But it was different now. Chapter 37-31. If no one wants to cause trouble, let's talk about the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword. Ziqinya took the opportunity and said. Zilan stood up from the ground and nodded his head. He didn't dare say anything. No matter if it was the man behind Ling Xiao or Ziqinya, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Since he couldn't afford to offend them, he could only accept their suggestion. Or else, what awaited him would be death. All right, since no one has any objections, I'll talk about the current situation. Ziqinya sat back down. Then he turned to the crowd and said, the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword is not the same thing. Before his death, there were many treasures in his storage ring. If we can get those treasures, they will all belong to the family. I don't want any of them. I just want Gao Hong to be alive. I hope everyone can unite and fight for this victory. Don't miss out on the real treasures just because of some petty gains. As long as we can defeat the Yu family, perhaps the Z family will become the #1 family in the entire Z kingdom. Zichenya's words were very reasonable. For the sake of the unity of the family, she had given up on the fight for the inheritance. She didn't even want the treasures in it. She just wanted Gao Hong to be alive. If the people of the Z family still couldn't understand this, then there must be something wrong with their brains. Chinya, please continue. A senior nodded his head and said, he seemed to have been persuaded by Zichenya's words. We all know this. The Yu family is extremely powerful. Besides the General Yu Hua, there are 3 other 5th Heavenly Core warriors. One of them is a perfect 5th Heavenly Core warrior. The other is a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. The last one is an early 5th Heavenly Core warrior. Comparatively, the Z family is a bit weak. I'm the only 6th Heavenly Core warrior. Zilan is the only 5th Heavenly Core warrior. Also, Yu Qilong might break through to the 5th Heavenly Core realm at any time. We are weaker than the Yu family, and if we kill each other, we will definitely lose. We'll just give up the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword to the Yu family. I believe that everyone here should understand. Zichenya's words were from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yu family was strong enough, she wouldn't have asked for help from the Z family. Humph! I'm afraid that since Gao Hong is under their control, you'll just give up the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword to them. Zilan let out a cold snort. This guy really doesn't learn his lesson. She had just been slapped by Yang Shui, and now the scar had healed and she had forgotten the pain. He became smug again. Shut up. If you're not satisfied, you can get out of here. Our Z clan can't do without you. Zichenya felt that he had already done everything he could. If Zilan still wasn't satisfied, then she couldn't blame her for being rude. Husband, I think Sister Chenya is right. We can only get the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance if we work together. Mengyu suddenly grabbed Violet's hand and said with a smile. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she sent a telepathic message to Xilan. Husband, don't make a fuss for now. Otherwise, even those people in the clan wouldn't support us. Let's wait until we reach the Xiling underworld. At that time, Zichenya would definitely fight Yu Hua to the death. That will be our chance. Hearing Mengyu's voice transmission, Zilan shut her mouth. Even he had to admit that his wife was definitely more suitable than him to be the patriarch. If he were to make a fuss here, not only would he not gain any benefits, he would also make a fool of himself. On the contrary, if he did as his wife said, he might be able to get the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. He wasn't stupid, he was just too impulsive sometimes. Since no one has any objections, let's get ready. We'll head to the Xiling underworld, now. Zitrenya couldn't wait to save Gao Hong. Actually, she wasn't really interested in the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. The Z clan didn't walk the path of killing. Therefore, the path of killing didn't mean much to them. It was better for them to study the Z clan's inheritance. Half a day later, everyone was ready to depart. Suddenly, Yu Qilong's aura appeared within the king mansion. Zichenya looked at the sky, not far away, with an indifferent expression. Yu Qilong's figure was already there. Right now, he had fully recovered. Both of his arms were perfectly fine. His injuries were completely healed. Furthermore, he had broken through to the fifth divine core realm. Yu Qilong gazed at the people in the star-picking pavilion with an indifferent expression. A cold smile could be seen on his face, and a sense of arrogance could be sensed. Perhaps he felt that he was already very strong after breaking through to the fifth divine core realm. But if he knew that Zichenya had broken through to the sixth divine core realm, perhaps he would burst into tears. He first threw his glance at Ling Xiao. "Brat, you've caused me a lot of trouble. Once I'm done with the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. You'll die a worthy death. In the future, your death will be a great reputation." "Too bad, I haven't lived long enough." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong with an indifferent expression and said, "Actually, if you want to kill me, you don't have to wait until after the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. I'll be going to the Xiling underworld as well. Let's settle all our old and new grudges in the Xiling underworld." "Good kid, you're really brave. I just hope you won't run away when the time comes." Yu Qilong sneered. A disdainful look could be seen in his eyes. After that, he turned to Zichenya and asked, "Have you guys finished discussing?" "Of course." Zichenya said coldly, "will be responsible for opening the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. When the time comes, you'll let Gao Hong go. As for who will get the inheritance, that will depend on your own abilities." "No problem." Yu Qilong gave a straightforward answer. "Gao Hong is just a cripple. He's useless to us. As long as you can open the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, we'll let him go." "Fine. I hope you don't play any tricks. Or else, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, Zichenya unleashed the frightening aura of a sixth-tier divine core warrior. It pressed down towards Yu Qilong. In an instant, Yu Qilong fell from the sky in a sorry state. After that, he stared at Zichenya with a terrified expression. "You, this is impossible. How did you break through so suddenly? Nothing is impossible in this world. That's why I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. If you provoke me, even if I have to die, I'll destroy your Yu family. Apart from that old fool Yu Hua, no one else in the Yu family can stop me." Zichenya looked at Yu Qilong with an indifferent expression and said, "All right, you can get lost now." Yu Qilong stared at Zichenya for a while, then he turned around and left. It was just like running away. He was chasing after Zichenya with all his might, and just as he had shortened the distance between them, Zichenya had once again increased the distance between them. Moreover, he had completely left him behind. It took him 20 years to break through from the peak 4th-tier divine core realm to the early 5th-tier divine core realm. He couldn't imagine how many years it took him to break through from the 5th-tier divine core realm to the 6th-tier divine core realm. This was utter despair. Utter despair. Chapter 37-32. Zichenya's sudden breakthrough made Yu Qilong's confidence fall into despair again. However, it also strengthened his desire for the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. In his opinion, unless he obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to compete with Zichenya. He didn't want anything to happen to this matter. Gao Hong could not die. Let's go. Zichenya did not have as many thoughts as Yu Qilong. Her thoughts were simple. She wanted to open the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance and save Gao Hong. No one expected that Zi Qinya had already given the first Blood Sun world to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in charge of this matter. Zi Qinya could not trust the Zi family, but she was willing to trust Ling Xiao. There were more than 40 people from the king's mansion, and the Zi family heading to the Xiling underworld. If the king's mansion did not need experts, Zi Qinya would have transferred all of them away. Zi Qinya stayed with Ling Xiao. Taiyuan Master was also with them. As for Yang Shuyi, she came and went like a shadow. No one knew where she was. However, Ling Xiao was not worried about her at all. That woman was incomparably powerful. It was definitely not an easy task for anyone to injure her. Ling Xiao, remember, go to the Golden Heavenly Nation. That is the martial holy land where geniuses gather. Only when you get there can you get closer to your woman. Zi Qinya suddenly said, "This time I may not be able to come back alive. I just hope that you can take care of the king's mansion, especially my brother and my grandmother. One of them is still young and the other is old. Take them with you to the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although it is dangerous there, you have no enemies. Unlike here, there are so many enemies." No enemies? Ling Xiao thought of one person, Di Tuotian. When he was in the Archean tomb, Jian Chen and Chu Ling, who helped him obtain the innate fiend god Sword Soul, told him this Di Tuotian was their enemy. Ling Xiao promised them that as long as this person deserved to be killed, he would not hesitate to avenge them. Di Tuotian was the expert of the Golden Heavenly Nation. If he wanted to go to the Golden Heavenly Nation, he might meet this person. "Sister Qinya, do you know a person called Di Tuotian?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "Di Tuotian? I don't know him." Zi Qinya shook her head. "How do you know the name Di Tuotian?" Yang Shuyi's voice, like a ghost's voice. "Yes, I've heard of it in my hometown." If you've only heard of him, then it's fine. If you're looking for him to seek revenge, then don't worry. If you want revenge, I advise you to give up the idea's revenge. Because he is stronger than me. Him. Yang Shuyi said coldly. Hearing Yang Shuyi's words, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He was not to die's death. When he, to you, takes. Don't die. I have a lot of things to do. Ling Xiao suddenly turned to Zi Qinya. He wanted to give Zi Qinya the motivation to live. Otherwise, Zi Qinya would do something stupid. Zi Qinya was stunned. She seemed to be lost in thought. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He just continued on his way. On the other side, Zilan and Meng Yu were at the back of the group. Zilan said unhappily, "This time, I must get the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, no matter what. I want the world to know that I am the head of the Z clan. The strongest person in the Z clan can only be me. Zi Qinya is not worthy. Husband, according to my plan, our chances of success are still very high. As the saying goes, sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let's not stand out too much. When we reach the Xiling underworld, we should leave the group immediately. If the two clans fight, we can reap the benefits." Meng Yu said with a smile, "Madam, you are so smart. Without you, I don't know what impulsive things I would do." Zilan grabbed Meng Yu's soft hand and said with a smile. Meng Yu's face was shining with excitement, but there was a trace of disdain and resentment in her eyes. "Humph, if you were not the head of the Z clan, I would not marry you. The inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme belongs to me. Don't even think about it." She sneered in her heart. The people who shared the same bed and pillow actually had different dreams. Speaking of which, it was really a tragedy. Soon, they arrived at the camp of the Z clan army. With Zi Qinya around, no one dared to stop them. More than 40 people entered the bloody battlefield directly. From now on, be careful. Killing is allowed in the blood battlefield. Don't be careless, Zi Qinya reminded everyone when they entered the sanctuary. You don't need to remind us. We have entered the blood battlefield before. Let's go. With our speed, it will take us at least 2 days to reach the Xiling underworld. Let's not waste any time. Zilan seemed to feel uncomfortable if she did not go against Zi Qinya. This guy is really asking for a beating. Zi Qinya was too lazy to argue with him. Since they had entered the blood battlefield, she didn't want to cause internal strife in the Zi clan because of this. Ling Xiao, stay close to me for the rest of the journey. I'm worried about Zilan. Once we arrive at the Xiling underworld, don't leave my side. Zilong, you do the same. No matter who dies or is injured, it will be a huge blow to me. Zi Qinya reminded. Understood. Big sister. Both of them replied at the same time. All right, let's go. Zi Qinya nodded her head. Then the group continued their journey. Since they were all divine core warriors, their speed wasn't slow at all. In less than 2 days, they had already entered the boundary of the Xiling underworld. During these 2 days, Ling Zhao's cultivation had broken through once again. He had reached the mid-second heavenly core realm. This was all thanks to the enormous pressure Zilan had given him. It was the pressure that had stimulated the potential in his body, causing the energy in his cultivation to skyrocket. Ling Xiao, do you think Gaohan will be fine? When they arrived at the Xiling underworld, Zi Qinya became worried. Unless the Yu family doesn't want to enter the tomb of Supreme Blood Sword's inheritance. If not, there is no way they would kill Gao Hong. What they want is the inheritance, not Gao Hong's life. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, What I'm worried about now is this Supreme Blood Sword, Shui Yang. He doesn't have a good reputation. He is a man who has become obsessed with killing. It was likely that his hiding place in the past was also filled with danger. That's why we have to be extra careful. No one knows what will happen once we open the tomb. And I think you're right. Supreme Blood Sword had killed many innocent people in the past. He is a ruthless man. Zi Qinya nodded his head. While talking, they were getting closer and closer to the core of the Xiling underworld. Chapter 37-33. Along the way, they saw many men from the Zi Mansion army. But they weren't attacked. It was obvious that the Yu family was treating this matter with great importance. Before they obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, they wouldn't act recklessly. Soon, the crowd sensed a group of frightening auras gathering together. There were more than 100 of them. Needless to say, they were all elites from the Yu family. In order to hide the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, the Yu family had even driven away most of the men from the Zi Mansion army. Only 7 major generals who were absolutely loyal to the Yu family were left behind. They were the ones who were guarding this place, and that was why they were able to hide the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. Right now, all the demon beasts in this area had either fled or been killed. With so many mighty warriors gathered together, any intelligent demon beast would know how terrifying it was. Those who didn't know how terrifying it was were all killed. We're finally here. Everyone from the Zi family let out a sigh of relief. Nothing happened along the way. They were lucky. The leader of the Yu family was none other than the great general Yu Hua. There were 4 men standing next to Yu Hua, and they were the 4 5th-level Divine Core warriors from the Yu family. One of them was Yu Qilong. This man was the weakest amongst the 4 men. He was only a 5th Divine Core warrior, but he was still a 5th Divine Core warrior. He was not someone a 4th-level Divine Core warrior could compare with. Ling Xiao stared at these men with an indifferent expression. None of them were weak. In comparison, the Z family was much weaker. The fight for the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme would really depend on luck. Gao Hong was currently in Yu Qilong's hands. Because Gao Hong was now a cripple, Yu Qilong was protecting him with his energy. If not, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Violet Spirit underworld. Of course, this so-called protection could also turn into killing. But what would the Z family do? Ling Xiao carefully inspected Gao Hong's body with his Tai Chi eye. After confirming that Gao Hong was only crippled and his life wasn't in danger, Jiang Chun let out a sigh of relief. With a cold gaze, he stared at Nie Feng, who was standing in the crowd. If not for Nie Feng, Gao Hong wouldn't have been crippled. Since Gao Hong could no longer avenge him, he had to avenge Gao Hong. I'll return the Bloody Sun World to you. Yu Hua threw back the second-generation Bloody Sun World that he had taken from Ling Xiao. The reason why he did this was because he realized that he couldn't cultivate the Blood Sun Sutra at all. He didn't know the reason, so he could only pin his hopes on the Z family. He believed that it was not a coincidence that Bloody Sun World appeared in the Z family. Of course, he wouldn't say anything about this. He smiled and said, "Since we said it's a cooperation, we don't want this Blood Sun World. All you need to do is to open up the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Don't worry, we'll release Gao Hong as soon as the place of inheritance opens. After all, we don't want to fight the Z family here, especially when Z Qinya has broken through to the 6th Divine Core realm." Yu Hua tried his best to express his sincerity with these words. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. "I'm afraid that even if you obtained Bloody Sun World, it would be useless. Not everyone could cultivate the Blood Sun Scripture. Apart from the direct bloodline of Blood Sword Supreme, I'm afraid I'm the only one who can." Ling Xiao had actually tried asking Zi Qinya to learn the second half of the Blood Sun World's Blood Sun Scripture, but he failed. In the end, this was the conclusion he came up with. He felt that perhaps it was because of his Sky Tyrant martial soul that he could learn everything. He could learn anything. Of course, no one else could do this. Since you figured it out, I don't want to say anything more. I'll have to trouble you to open up the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Yu Hua knew how difficult it was to deal with Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any more time. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he felt. No way. If we open up the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, doesn't that mean the Yu family can enter first? This isn't fair to us. It's just Gao Hong. We don't care if he dies. Zilon suddenly roared out, "Shut up! Do you want to be beaten up again?" Ling Xiao glared at Zilon. Then he turned to Yu Hua and said, "I'm the only one who can open up the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Only me. Therefore, you don't have to listen to that idiot. I'll make the decision myself." Ling Xiao wasn't worried about who would enter first. An inheritance wasn't something that could be obtained by whoever entered first. It all depended on one's fate and luck. He had obtained the map from the bloodthirsty Devil Cave. There was no way it would be useless. Therefore, he was confident in his decision. Zi Qinya didn't say anything. When she handed over the first Blood Sun World to Ling Xiao, she had already made her decision. Ling Xiao would be in charge of everything here. She trusted Ling Xiao. But she still wanted to remind Yu Hua, "I'll tell you the same thing. I hope you won't offend me because of Gao Hong. If anything happens to Gao Hong, I'll destroy the Yu family no matter what. You should know how frightening a 6th Divine Core warrior is. If I really want to do it, even if you want to stop me, you won't be able to protect so many people." Zi Qinya had to make her stand clear. Because she was the only one who could threaten Yu Hua. She was the only one Yu Hua was afraid of. If either one of them went crazy, the other's family would suffer a great loss. Therefore, although both of them were here, they were just trying to restrain each other. The one who was going to fight for the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword's inheritance was someone else. I still have some credibility, so don't worry. Yu Hua was too lazy to play any tricks. If he lost the big picture for the small, it wouldn't be worth it. After that, Ling Xiao walked towards the entrance. Gao Hong was also brought to a spot near Ling Xiao by Yu Qilong. Sai, young Master Ling Xiao, why are you doing this? Is it worth it to do this for a cripple like me? Once the Yu family obtains the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword's inheritance, they will never let you go. Gao Hong looked at Ling Xiao and let out a sigh. Although he was touched, he was still calm. Commander Gao Hong, no inheritance can compare to the life of a savior. Besides, with me here, it won't be easy for the Yu family to obtain the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword's inheritance. Ling Xiao smiled. Then he walked towards the entrance. He took out both Blood Sun World swords. After that, he inserted both swords into the defense mechanism at the entrance. After that, he started circulating the Blood Sun scripture. He kept injecting his energy into it. Both Blood Sun World swords started glowing brightly. They looked like two blood dragons that were trembling in the air. The strength of the defense mechanism started weakening. Bang! A red beam shot up into the sky. The defense mechanism shattered. The entire sky turned blood red in that instant. It was as if the entire nether realm was trembling because of this frightening killing intent. The moment the defense mechanism shattered, an extremely frightening killing intent rushed out, causing countless warriors to tremble in fear. Basically, all First Divine Core warriors had fallen to the ground. Chapter 37-34. Those who were still conscious stared at the changes in the restriction without blinking. To be able to release such a terrifying killing intent, it was enough to show how terrifying the Blood Sword Supreme was back then. In that case, his inheritance couldn't possibly be weak. Everyone was prepared to fight to the death for the inheritance. At this moment, the bloody light became more vigorous. It was like a blood-red flame shooting up into the sky. In the sky, a blood dragon was flying around. Zi Qianya brought Zi Long to Ling Zhao's side. She knew she had to protect these two people. One was her brother, and the other was the man she treasured the most. Nothing could happen to either of them. Once the restriction was fully activated, no one could predict what would happen. Therefore, she had to be careful. However, her worry for Ling Xiao was unnecessary. Zi Long was shocked by the killing intent. His face turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be affected at all. In front of such a terrifying killing intent, Ling Xiao was even calmer than Zi Qianya and Yu Hua, the two top experts. The Sky Tyrant martial soul was all-encompassing and could devour everything. Even such a terrifying, murderous aura was nothing but nourishment in front of him. The most amazing thing was that the killing intent suppressed the potential cells in his body. This released a large amount of potential and started to attack his cultivation C again. He also hoped to break through as soon as possible. Intermediate Iron Core. Realm wasn't enough for him to fight against Nia Feng and the others. Therefore, he had to continue to become stronger. Finally, after about a minute, the killing intent dissipated. Everyone knew that the killing intent had been accumulated in the tomb for a long time. It wasn't released by the Blood Sword Supreme. If the Blood Sword Supreme was still alive, then all of them would be in trouble. However, even though it was just a minute of releasing the killing intent, more than half of the 140 people from the two families fainted. There were only about 20 people from the Z family left. There were only about 40 people from the Yu family left. This fear was deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. However, their greed for the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme became even stronger. After all, the accumulated killing intent was already so terrifying. If the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme was obtained, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Snatch the sword. Suddenly, the Z family's Zilon and Yu family's Yu Qilong pounced on the two Blood Sun World swords. He wanted to take the two swords for himself. After all, the Blood Sun scripture wasn't just the key to opening the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. More importantly, the Blood Yang scripture could also increase a martial artist's cultivation speed and stabilize their cultivation foundation. It could also enhance the strength of one's physical body. Furthermore, the first generation Blood Sun world was a heavenly king artifact. Even for warriors at the third level of the Divine Core realm and above, this was extremely important. Of course, Yu Qilong and Zilon would be jealous. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was faster than both of them. These two Bloody Sun worlds had already recognized him as their master. With just a thought, the two swords would directly enter his storage ring. Both Zilon and Yu Qilong looked depressed. Brat, don't get into trouble because of your wealth. Don't think that it's a good thing just because you managed to snatch that thing away. If you don't have the strength, you'll lose it sooner or later. Zilon snorted coldly and retreated to the side. With Zi Qinya here, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, he had already planned to follow Meng Yu's advice, keep a low profile, and if necessary, run away. He would be able to reap the benefits from the fight. He couldn't afford to start a fight right now. As for Yu Qilong, he had already made up his mind to kill Ling Xiao. He wasn't in a hurry. It seemed like the Yu family didn't really care about the fact that they didn't manage to snatch the Bloody Sun world. Compared to the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, the Bloody Sun world didn't seem that precious. Led by Yu Hua, all the warriors from the Yu family were staring at the place where the defense mechanism had completely shattered. The entrance to the tomb had appeared. However, it wasn't the traditional entrance. It was the usual portal. The blood-red portal gave off a strange and dangerous feeling. No one knew what would happen after they entered it. Qilong returned Gao Hong to them and entered the tomb immediately. Yu Hua looked at Yu Qilong and said, right at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to Gao Hong. Here you go. Yu Qilong didn't try to play any tricks. He wasn't in the mood to play any tricks. Like Yu Hua, he was also paying attention to the teleportation portal. Ling Xiao took Gao Hong. After confirming that Gao Hong was fine, he put him into the beast ring. It was very chaotic outside. No one knew what would happen. It wouldn't be easy to find someone to protect Gao Hong. It was safer to put him in the beast ring. Although it would increase his weight, Ling Xiao had already gotten used to it. While he was doing these things, the people from the Yu family had already entered and disappeared into the portal. The people from the Z family also rushed in anxiously. Only the unconscious warriors, Zilong, Zi Qinya, Master Taiyuan, and Yang Shui were left outside. Master Taiyuan, Miss Yang, please wait outside. I'll be back soon. He didn't want to owe too many favors. Up to you, Yang Shui said lightly. Senior, don't worry. I'll take care of the unconscious warriors in the Monarch Mansion. Master Taiyuan's words were more pleasant to hear. After that, Ling Xiao, Zilong, and Zi Qinya entered the portal in order. Random teleportation again. After entering the tomb, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. There was no one beside him, except for Gao Hong, who was sleeping in the beast ring. Zilong and Zi Qinya, who came in one after the other, were gone. No wonder the emperor of the Dongsheng strong country couldn't find the Blood Sword Supreme. It turns out that this guy hid in a small world. In the mystic world, there were countless small worlds scattered on various continents. Some were big, some were small. Some were even worlds within worlds. For example, the burial place of the Blood Sword Supreme was like this. The bloody battlefield belonged to a small world. It was a place completely different from the real world. The burial place was a small world in the bloody battlefield. Nature was really mysterious. Compared to human strength, it was much stronger. It could create such a miracle. Let's find someone first. After taking a look at his surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, Ling Xiao began to walk forward. He didn't have to worry about Zi Qinya's safety, because this woman was very strong. What he was worried about was Zilong's safety. After all, Zilong was only an early second Heavenly Core warrior. His cultivation base was weaker than Jiang Chen's, let alone his overall strength. Jiang Chen was really worried. If they could work together, Zilong would be able to help a lot. But if they acted alone, Zilong might encounter some mighty warriors from the Yu family. Because among all the warriors who entered the tomb, Zilong's cultivation was the weakest. Chapter 37-35. Even if Zilong didn't meet anyone from the Yu family, it wouldn't be safe. Don't forget whose burial ground this was. That was the Blood Sword Supreme. In the later stages of his life, he had fallen into the demonic path. He killed people without blinking and killed the innocent. Hence, his burial ground would definitely be filled with danger. One sword and 1,000,000 corpses would fall. He was such a person. The killing intent inside was even more terrifying than outside. However, it would be even more helpful to Ling Xiao's breakthrough in his cultivation. He believed that in here, other people's fighting strength would be weakened while his would increase. With this, he should be able to defeat stronger enemies. Maybe even Niefeng wouldn't be his match. The ground was very sticky. It was all blood-red liquid. It looked like blood, but it definitely wasn't this sticky. This place was like a blood-colored purgatory. There were no other colors, and it was filled with a suppressive blood red color. Even when he breathed, he could smell blood. He tried to attack the wall. However, he found that the wall was very special. It seemed like it could absorb energy, and he couldn't break it. The weirdest thing was that the wall was soft like an animal's skin. However, even if he used the sharpness of the first-generation Blood Sun world to pierce the wall, it was useless. He couldn't pierce through it at all. What a weird place. Ling Xiao became more cautious. He had entered quite a number of successions, and each of them was filled with danger. This time, it was no exception. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life, let alone save someone. I'm back. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao frowned. He found that he was back to his original position. There were marks he left there. It seems like I was right. This place is a maze. Without any special methods, if I walk around, I'll just walk in circles. It's like a ghost hitting a wall. There should be some changes. Ling Xiao decided not to leave. Instead, he stood there and waited. He believed that this maze was probably a test that the Blood Sword Master had set for the people who entered this place. Since Blood Sword Supreme left behind the Blood Sun world and the Blood Sun scripture, it meant that he hoped that others could enter. Furthermore, he inherited what he had learned and brought his sword Tao of slaughter to greater heights. Therefore, this maze was definitely not a dead end. The wait was not long. About 10 minutes later, something strange happened. A blood-red crystal ball floated out from the sticky ground. The number 60 was displayed on the crystal ball. Then, another 60 people's avatars and names appeared one after another. On one of the avatars, there was a blood-red X, and the avatars had turned gray. As for the number 60, it became 59. Although there was no explanation, as long as the second lieutenant had a bit of brain, he would be able to understand what this meant. 60 people entered the tomb. One was already dead. There were only 59 people left. However, Ling Xiao still had a few questions. What was this crystal ball used for? Also, how was the blood sword master going to test them? Just as he was puzzled, a red light suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. The red light condensed into a human figure in the air. Ling Xiao had never seen the Blood Sword Supreme before, but according to the description of the others, this was the Blood Sword Supreme. This human figure looked exactly like the Blood Sword Supreme. Welcome everyone to my blood-red world. The human figure revealed a ferocious smile. Then he continued, once you enter this place, you will receive the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. Unless someone obtains my inheritance, all of you will be buried here with me. All right, let's not waste any more time. Now, let's begin the first test, the Evil Ghost Maze. Evil Ghost Maze? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. The human figure should be talking about this place. But what did it mean? The human figure continued. The Evil Ghost Maze covers an area of 1,000 acres. In here, your soul strength will be severely weakened. Therefore, it won't be easy for you to detect others. What you need to do is very simple. Stay alive. Of course, during this period of time, you will be attacked by all sorts of evil ghosts. They are monsters formed by my killing intent and the ghost blood in this blood-red world. All of them are at least at the divine core realm. The strongest of them is at the 4th divine core realm. You will have to pray for yourselves. The test will only last for 1 hour. Within this 1 hour, those who survive will be able to move on to the next test. However, I hate people who are soft-hearted. Therefore, I set a rule that no more than 30 people can enter the next test. If there are more than 30 people, all of you will be killed. What do you think? Exciting, isn't it? What a freak. Although Ling Xiao was a decisive person, he still didn't have a good impression of a madman like the Blood Sword Supreme. But then again, this was his burial ground. This was the burial ground of others. Since they had barged in, they had to act according to others' rules. If not, once they were killed, no one would be able to withstand it. I know you're panicking right now. Therefore, let me comfort you. In this test, whoever has the highest slaughter points will be able to obtain the purple spirit martial armor that I used when I was alive. That's a good item. A true heavenly king weapon. What bullshit comfort are you talking about? In the end, you just want to use this purple spirit martial armor to lure us into a massacre. Indeed, the Blood Sword Supreme is a man who became famous by killing and also killed by killing. Even the test he designed is so bloody. It makes me uncomfortable. Ling Xiao could imagine what would happen in this evil spirit maze. Zilong would probably be in even more danger. Damn it, you're already dead, and you still want to trick us? This Blood Sword Supreme, if I find your corpse, I'll feed it to the dogs. Don't you like to play? I'll let you play to your heart's content, even though that was what he thought. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Within an hour, less than 30 people would be left from 59 people. That would mean that at least 29 people had been killed. He didn't want to kill the innocent. He also didn't want to be controlled by the Blood Sword Supreme's trashy rules. Therefore, as long as others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't make a move. The most important thing now was to find Zilong. He didn't believe in killing everyone. The Blood Sword Supreme had been dead for thousands of years. Even if there was a powerful formation to maintain this test, there would definitely be loopholes. He didn't believe that he couldn't find one. He set off again. There was a new exit in the maze. Obviously, because the test had begun, it wouldn't let you go around in circles. The so-called maze was to make you unable to recognize the direction and only move within this 1,000 mu area. Roar! A low roar suddenly came from behind him. Ling Xiao turned around abruptly. Not far behind him, a monster covered in blood was baring its fangs at him. It was extremely ugly. Chapter 37-36. Although this evil ghost was ugly, it was also very strong. If not for the fact that Ling Zhao's cultivation had improved, he wouldn't have been able to kill this evil ghost. But now it was much simpler. His body quickly entered the yin-yang universal tiger beast soul transformation mode, and then turned into a streak of white light. In an instant, he arrived in front of the evil ghost. After that, he thrust his sword forward. The killing intent unleashed by the Blood Sun world instantly destroyed the evil ghost. What was interesting was, after the evil ghost was killed, its terrifying killing intent was actually absorbed by the yin-yang cosmic tiger. It turned into Ling Zhao's own potential. At the same time, a new column of slaughter points appeared on the crystal ball. 4 points. The evil ghost in front of him was a peak first heavenly core warrior, but it only gave him 4 slaughter points. This meant it wasn't easy to get slaughter points. As for the purple spirit martial armor, Ling Zhao really wanted to get it as well. Therefore, he wouldn't let this evil ghost go. Besides, this evil ghost had another benefit for him. It could increase his potential. This was definitely a good thing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't he do it? After killing the evil ghost, Jiang Chun didn't transform into the yin-yang cosmic tiger, but instead, he transformed into the hell shadow rabbit. In this damned place, the earth elemental golden light skill wouldn't be able to help him much, because the terrain was complicated. And this was a maze. No one knew if they would run into a stronger enemy. Therefore, the best thing to do was to avoid those strong enemies. For example, Yu Hua, Zilan, Yu Qilong, and a few others. Although his cultivation had improved a lot, and he might even be able to fight Niafeng, who was a 3rd heavenly core warrior. But if he was facing a 4th heavenly core warrior, he wouldn't be able to do so. Therefore, avoiding them was a wise choice. I really shouldn't have let Zilong in. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He could feel that this maze of evil ghosts was extremely dangerous. Perhaps Zilong was even more dangerous. And someone died again. After transforming into the Hell Shadow Rabbit and transforming into a Shadow Warrior, Ling Zhao noticed that the number on the crystal ball had changed from 59 to 58. This was just the beginning, but a warrior had already been killed. This was really cruel. After all, no one wanted to be killed. Others wouldn't be like Ling Zhao, who didn't want to be controlled by the Blood Sword Supreme. It was estimated that many people would choose to kill at the first moment. In particular, the Yu family would definitely look down on the Z family. The Z family would not let the Yu family off either. After the 2 sides met, there would definitely be a fierce battle. The man who died just now was from the Yu family, a peak 2nd Divine Core warrior. It's too dangerous. The more Ling Zhao thought about it, the more worried he became. He wasn't worried about himself. In this place, the searching effect of his soul power was suppressed to the minimum. However, he still had the Tai Chi. The Tai Chi I could see at least 1,000 meters away. This was his greatest advantage. Not only could he avoid those powerful opponents in advance, but he could also use it to search for Purple Dragon's whereabouts. Thinking of this, he began to move quickly. He didn't want anything to happen to Zilong. Among the people who entered the bone burial ground, he didn't care about the lives of the others. If he died, so be it. Anyway, they weren't close. But Zichinya was a woman who had a relationship with him, and she cared about him as if he was her own sister. Zilong was a good brother who had gone through life and death with him. He wouldn't give up on these 2 men. Luckily, Zichinya was strong, and the first test wouldn't be a problem for her. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about her. Right now, Ling Zhao's main goal was to search for Purple Dragon's whereabouts. For this, he could even give up on killing those evil ghosts. This Blood Sword Supreme is really ruthless. He threatened us with death, and tempted us with the purple spirit martial armor. I believe those who don't have a strong will definitely choose to kill. Not only will they kill evil ghosts, they will also kill their own kind. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao's impression of the blood sword supreme dropped. He had already made up his mind. He was going to burn that old bastard into ashes. The ground was sticky, and it was difficult to walk on it. It felt like he was walking on a swamp. Ling Xiao tried his best to keep himself afloat in the air. Although it would consume more true yuan, he wouldn't leave any footprints or make any noise. Moreover, he wasn't worried about consuming true yuan. He still had a lot of potential. It was enough for him to recover. In addition, the evil ghost's murderous aura could continuously replenish his lost potential. Therefore, to him, this place was a place where he didn't need to consume true yuan. He put the crystal ball into his storage ring. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could observe at any time. Zilong's portrait was still lit up. This meant that nothing had happened. Zi Qinya's portrait was also lit up. Nothing had happened. This made him relax for a while. However, Zi Qinya should be more anxious. Not only did she want to find Purple Dragon, but she also wanted to find him. Zi Qinya wanted to protect her two younger brothers. She was much more worried than him. In comparison, Yuhua probably didn't need to worry about anyone. In that bastard's eyes, even if it was someone from the Yu clan, he wouldn't care at all if they died. Therefore, that guy must be killing to accumulate killing points in an attempt to get the purple spirit martial armor. The purple spirit martial armor was once used by the Blood Sword Supreme. There was no doubt about its value. As he thought about it, he continued forward. Finally, he discovered the existence of a living person. Two of them were from the Yu clan, and one was from the Z clan. They were all being attacked by evil ghosts. He wasn't in the mood to kill them, nor was he in the mood to help them. At this moment, he was more concerned about Zilong's safety. As for the purple spirit martial armor, to be honest, with his strength, he couldn't kill more than Yuhua even if he tried his best. Therefore, he might as well give up. All of a sudden, another person let out a blood-curdling scream, and it was just a few hundred meters away from Ling Xiao. It was a warrior from the Z clan who was killed by a warrior from the Yu clan. Compared with evil ghosts, the same kind was indeed more terrifying. 57. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. All of these dead martial artists had a higher cultivation than him. They died just like that. The Blood Sword Supreme was really terrifying. He treated human life as a joke. He moved forward for a while. The number had become 55. 2 more people died. He looked at the crystal ball. It wasn't Zilong or Zi Qinya. It was 2 warriors from the Yu clan who died. It seemed that it was not a good thing to have more people here. The more people there were, the more likely they were to be killed by evil ghosts. So far, only one of the 5 people who died was from the Z clan, and the other 4 were from the Yu clan. It was enough to prove this point. However, the Yu clan probably knew this through the crystal ball. Therefore, they would never let go of the warriors from the Z clan. No one knew what would happen next. Zilong, I hope you're smart and try to hide. Chapter 37:37. Although Zilong had a great talent and could even fight those who were 1 level higher than him, but all the warriors here were much stronger than him. Basically, he couldn't defeat any of them. He could kill a few evil ghosts, but Ling Xiao still hoped that he could hide. Or else, it would be very troublesome. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chun continued moving forward. Ling Xiao still hadn't met Zilong or Zi Qinya. Instead, he met Zilong and Yu Qilong, 2 frightening existences. Luckily, he was in the shadow warrior form, and when he saw them with his Tai Chi eye, he was able to avoid them. If not, he would have died as well. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao finally saw Zilong. However, Zilong wasn't hiding like he said. Right now, Zilong was being chased by someone. The one chasing after him was Nie Feng's eldest disciple, Feng Tian, a peak second heavenly core warrior. Zilong was no match for him. But with all the treasures he had, Zilong wasn't killed. Perhaps I've underestimated this brother. Seeing that Zilong was only slightly injured, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps Zilong's cultivation was the weakest among all the warriors who entered the burial ground. But his ability to survive wasn't bad. This guy was indeed the young master of the King Mansion. He had a lot of talismans and treasures on him. But even so, Ling Xiao didn't dare let Zilong continue running like this, because there were 4 or 5 evil ghosts in front of him, and all of them were second heavenly core warriors. If he really ran into them, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he had to meet up with Zilong as soon as possible. Then they could work together to overcome this crisis. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chun unleashed the cosmic body, and at the same time, he activated the blood lightning god. His body turned into a blood-red beam as he dashed forward. In order to stop Zilong from running forward, Jiang Chun had no choice but to unleash his shadow warrior form. He had revealed his true appearance. Seeing his sudden appearance, Zilong and Feng Tian both instinctively put up a defensive stance. After all, this damned place was a place where they could kill each other. No matter who they ran into, they would be in danger. When he saw that it was Ling Xiao, a joyful smile emerged on Zilong's face. As for Feng Tian, he furrowed his brows. But he didn't run away. In his mind, he was a peak second heavenly core martial artist. Zilong was just an early second divine core warrior. As for Ling Xiao, he was only a peak first divine core warrior. Even if the two of them worked together, they were still no match for him. After a moment of excitement, Zilong also became nervous. Brother Ling Xiao, run! He knew that Ling Xiao's speed was very fast, although he was not Feng Tian's match. Escaping should not be a problem. He was very touched that Ling Xiao came to save him. But even if the two of them joined forces, they were absolutely not Feng Tian's match either. The gap between the perfect second-level divine core realm and the early second-level divine core realm was huge. It was a full 30 times. Feng Tian was Nie Feng's disciple, and Ling Xiao had once killed Yuan Chong in front of Feng Tian. It was impossible for Feng Tian not to settle this score. The two of them were in danger. Don't worry, there's nothing to run away from. Ling Xiao flashed a confident smile at Zilong. Zilong was startled, but he didn't say anything. This was because he suddenly recalled the miracles Ling Xiao had created time and time again. Perhaps today, Ling Xiao could still bring him a huge surprise. You look pretty calm, but there are many people who pretend to be calm in front of me. You're one of them. Feng Tian had made up his mind. He was going to kill Zilong and Ling Xiao. He was going to use Ling Xiao's head in exchange for Nie Feng's trust. When he thought of this, he stomped his feet and leapt towards Ling Xiao. In Feng Tian's mind, Ling Xiao was much easier to deal with than Zilong. Not only was Zilong's cultivation stronger than Ling Xiao, he also had many treasures on him. It was extremely difficult to kill him with a single strike. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a peak first-level divine core warrior, so he should be easy to deal with. What Feng Tian needed to prevent now was Ling Xiao from running away. But what surprised him was that not only did Ling Xiao not run away, he was actually standing there and looking at him with a smile on his face. What was going on? Feng Tian was startled. While he was in a daze, Ling Xiao's sword suddenly pierced over. Blood shadow kill. Ling Xiao, who had turned into a blood-red shadow, was like a blood-red sword beam. It was too fast. Before Feng Tian could even understand what was going on, he was already pierced through by the sword beam. There was a bright red mark on his throat that was extremely eye-catching. "No, this is impossible. Master, save me." With the last of his strength, he let out a loud shout. Ling Xiao put away Feng Tian's storage ring. Then he kicked him away. At the same time, Ling Xiao noticed that his slaughter points had increased to 20 points. It had increased by 16 points. According to the rules, killing a peak second-level Divine Core evil ghost would only give him 8 slaughter points. This showed that the points he would get for killing his own kind was double. This blood sword reverend was indeed a ruthless man. He was trying to use this method to lure the warriors into a desperate slaughter. Furthermore, it wasn't to kill evil ghosts, it was to kill their own kind. "Zilong, are you all right?" Ling Xiao turned around and asked Zilong, "Don't worry, Brother Ling Xiao, I'm fine." Zilong smiled and said, "Luckily you're here. If not, I really don't know what to do. Perhaps I shouldn't have come down to this burial ground. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Since we're here, let's just face it." Ling Xiao said, "If we work together, I think it'll be easier for us to survive." He had made up his mind. Right now, both of them could work together and fight all kinds of enemies. They could even kill evil ghosts together. But if they encountered any trouble that they couldn't solve, he would let Zilong stay in the beast ring. With that, he could continue using his shadow warrior form to avoid powerful enemies. If this continued for another hour, the battle would probably end soon. As for the fact that there would be less than 30 men left, he wasn't worried at all. Although he didn't want to kill anyone, there were many who wanted to. As for the remaining men, let alone 30 men, there might not even be 20 men left. This was the cruel side of the world of warriors. In order to fight for treasures, warriors often killed each other. It wasn't the first or second time. "Zilong, I'll continue to be invisible. You'll be the bait. Us 2 brothers will work together to kill evil ghosts. Of course, if we encounter strong enemies, I'll inform you in advance, and we'll quickly avoid them." This idea could be said to be very clever. Whether it was the Yu clan or those evil ghosts, they would definitely attack when they saw Zilong alone. They wouldn't think that Zilong had Ling Xiao by his side. At that time, they would be able to deal with those troubles more easily. Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly entered Ling Xiao's Taiji Eye's field of vision. "Nie Feng is here." He frowned and calculated the battle strength of both sides. He said to Zilong, "Stay here and don't move. We'll work together to freeze this Nie Feng to death and avenge Commander Gao Hong." Although Gao Hong didn't die, he became a cripple. This was simply worse than death. Chapter 37-38. A moment later, Nie Feng appeared at the scene. He could see that the scene was a mess. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place. There were signs of talismans exploding on the ground, and Feng Tian's death was clearly caused by talismans. All of this was naturally arranged by Ling Xiao before he concealed himself. Otherwise, with Nie Feng's ability, he would naturally be able to guess that there was an ambush. But now he would only think that Zilong had used talismans to kill Feng Tian. After all, there were evil spirits in this place, and Zilong had many talismans and puppets that could play a key role. "Not good. Why are you here?" Zilong's acting skills were not bad. When he saw Nie Feng, he turned around and fled. Nie Feng sneered. With a tremble of his feet, he had already arrived in front of Zilong. His speed was many times faster than Zilong's. "Kid, you dare kill my disciple. Even Zi Qianye can't protect you." Nie Feng looked at Zilong coldly, as if he was looking at a little mouse at the end of its rope. "If you dare to kill me, my sister will definitely not let you off." Zilong looked at Nie Feng timidly and said in horror, "Ha ha, in this damnable place, if you die, who will know that I killed you?" Nie Feng said disdainfully, "Moreover, even if I don't kill you, your sister probably won't show mercy. when she meets me. Don't count on it. No one will come to save you. Don't kill me. I can give you everything I have. Feng Tian's death really has nothing to do with me. He was ambushed by evil spirits. I only use talismans to defend myself. Zilong said in horror. It's useless. In any case, if I kill you, I can also obtain the things on you. As Nie Feng spoke, he pressed forward step by step. Zilong retreated step by step, his eyes revealing incomparable horror. Nie Feng was completely intimidated by Zilong's acting skills. He simply did not expect that there would be someone staring at him in the darkness. Go to hell, kid. Nie Feng suddenly urged his true essence and blasted a palm at Zilong. And right at this moment, Nie Feng's expression changed greatly, because he saw a cold smile flash through Zilong's eyes. Not good. I fell into a trap. But unfortunately, it was already too late. Hell's Shadow Strike. Ling Xiao had long since prepared his attack. He directly slashed his sword at Nie Feng. Even though he was a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior, he still couldn't do anything. Being ambushed by the Hell Shadow kill would still result in injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Nie Feng wasn't weak. Even though he was ambushed by Ling Xiao's Hell Shadow Strike, he still managed to avoid being hit at the critical moment. Borrowing the power of Ling Xiao's sword, he fled dozens of meters away. Ling Xiao. Nie Feng's face was somewhat pale as he stared coldly at Ling Xiao, his hatred skyrocketing. Compared to Zilong, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao even more. The influence of Ling Xiao's existence on him was too great. First, he killed his sister, and then his disciple, Yuan Chong. If he didn't guess, wrongly, Feng Tian's death was definitely related to this fellow. How could Nie Feng feel at ease if he didn't kill Ling Xiao? Dragon-trapping talisman. Right when he discovered Ling Xiao, Nie Feng immediately used a talisman. The three of them were now trapped in an empty space. If he wasn't mistaken, the effect of this dragon-trapping talisman was similar to the martial soul barrier. It wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to break open this space and escape, unless he could kill Nie Feng. But come to think of it, he didn't plan to escape anyway. Big brother Ling Xiao, this Nie Feng is stronger than we thought. The purple spirit armor he's wearing is specially made for major generals. I think it has reduced a lot of damage. Zilong furrowed his brows and said, Don't worry. If we work together, we have a pretty good chance of killing him. If Ling Xiao bumped into Yu Qilong, he would definitely try his best to run for his life. But since it was just Nie Feng, there was no need for him to run. His original plan was to kill Nie Feng anyway. Since Nie Feng had used the dragon-trapping talisman, he couldn't escape. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted. Hee, do you really think I'm Su Tian? Do you really think you can kill me with just the two of you? Nie Feng said with a disdainful smile. Whether we can kill you or not, we'll know once we give it a try. Ling Xiao looked at Zilong and said, Xiaolong, step back and get ready to support me. Let me have a go at this guy first. While speaking, Ling Xiao had transformed from the Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul to the Peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul. After being strengthened by the bloodthirsty Devil Cave, the Peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul had once again become his most powerful beast soul form. He wanted to see how far he could fight Nie Feng, a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior, with just his own strength. This was the first time Ling Xiao had truly unleashed the full strength of the new Peerless Heavenly Rat Beast soul form. At this moment, Zilong felt as if he was looking at a ferocious beast standing in front of him. It wasn't a human. The frightening aura was too frightening, as if it was a gigantic beast from the primordial era. Every breath he took was like a thunderstorm. Brother Ling Xiao, you... Zilong was stunned. He knew that Ling Xiao could create miracles, but he never expected that Ling Xiao would become so powerful. This level of strength was enough to make him tremble with fear. He was an early second-level Divine Core warrior. When did Ling Xiao break through again? Mid-second Divine Core realm. Nian Feng furrowed his brows as well. He clearly remembered that when Ling Xiao killed Yuan Chong, he had just broken through to the peak first Divine Core realm. Only 20 days had passed since then. Ling Xiao's strength had once again broken through to such a frightening level. Was this guy still human? That's right. Mid-second Divine Core realm. Actually, because of the pressure from the killing intent in the burial grounds, the energy in his cultivation sea had reached 100%. He was just one step away from breaking through to the late second Divine Core realm. It was even stronger than what Nian Feng had expected. No wonder you were able to kill Feng Tian. Indeed, with your current strength, and with Zilong's help, killing Feng Tian isn't a difficult task. But do you really think you're my match with just this strength? I'm a major general. Countless geniuses have died in my hands. Although Nian Feng knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved, he still wasn't afraid of him. Because his cultivation was stronger than Nian Feng. Ling Xiao smiled. If I don't try, how would I know? While they were talking, Ling Xiao had already taken out the first Blood Sun World. The first Blood Sun World was a mortal-grade heavenly king weapon. It was a frightening divine weapon that was many times stronger than a divine-grade emperor weapon. Originally, only warriors above the third Divine Core realm were qualified to use it. But after transforming, Ling Xiao could still use it, even though his cultivation wasn't at the third Divine Core realm. The blood-red weapon was glowing with a murderous light. Ling Xiao's aura had become even stronger. After all, even Nian Feng didn't have a divine weapon like this. The weapon Nian Feng was using right now was only a divine-grade emperor weapon, and it was far weaker than a heavenly king weapon. Chapter 37-39. Buddy, you're really different from the rest. You're actually able to use a mortal rank heavenly king weapon at the second stage Divine Core realm. Looks like I should have killed you earlier. You're really a disaster if I let you live. Nian Feng furrowed his brows. The killing intent unleashed by the first Blood Sun World had even caused his expression to change. But that was all. He was a perfect third-stage Divine Core warrior. How could he be afraid of Ling Xiao? This first-generation Bloody Sun World is mine. After saying that, Nian Feng waved his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. Sure enough, it was a divine-grade emperor weapon. The spear trembled, and a crazy aura kept surging out from the body of the spear, causing those who saw it to tremble in fear. Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art. While roaring out furiously, Nian Feng had unleashed a second-order emperor martial skill. The Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art was a spear skill created by the Blood Sword Reverend for the Purple Palace Army. It was incredibly powerful. Only a major general like Nian Feng could truly unleash its frightening power. Although it was only a second-order emperor martial skill, it was still considered a supreme martial skill within the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Ling Xiao's Blood Shadow Sword skill was much stronger than this Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art. It was a third-order emperor martial skill. But within the Purple Spirit Kingdom, no one could learn the second style of the Blood Shadow Sword skill. Therefore, its overall combat strength was weaker than this Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art. The tip of the spear pointed at Ling Xiao. Then a blood dragon flew out from the spear. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, dodge it! Zilong became anxious. He knew how frightening the Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art was. If Ling Xiao fought it head-on, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Under normal circumstances, when this Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art was unleashed by Nian Feng, any first-stage Divine Core warrior would be instantly killed. Even a second-stage Divine Core warrior would be killed without a doubt. This was the reason why Zilong was so nervous. But too bad. It was too late for him to save Jiangchen. Nie Feng's attack was extremely fast. Nie Feng didn't give Zilong a chance to save Jiangchen. Everyone knew he had a lot of talismans. What if he used a defensive talisman? Wouldn't that be a wasted attack? Ling Xiao didn't have time to dodge. Zilong was dumbfounded. Nie Feng, you old dog. You killed my big brother Ling Xiao. I'll take you down with me. He roared angrily. Although he wasn't strong enough, he could still protect his inner core. If Gao Hong could do it, so could he. For the sake of his good brother, he didn't care. Ha ha ha. Nie Feng laughed wildly. You can't hurt me even if you detonate your Naiden. Therefore, there was no need to waste his energy. Ling Xiao's death is his own doing. He might not be able to hurt you, but your attack is too girly. Did you fool around somewhere last night? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice sounded. Zilong and Nie Feng were both stunned. After taking that blow, both of them thought that he was dead for sure. But no one expected that. He was actually still alive and well. There was no sign of death at all. He wasn't even injured. This is impossible. Nie Feng was dumbfounded. You're just a mid-second level Divine Core warrior. Your inner core is just an iron core. There's no way it can withstand such a terrifying attack. Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had a divine core from an extreme core warrior in his body. With that thing, as long as it was a divine core warrior, no one would be able to hurt him. Nothing is impossible. Don't you believe what you see with your own eyes? Ling Xiao mocked. After cultivating the Blood Sun scripture, his black tortoise divine physique had broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm. Also, he had the defensive strength of the transformative divine weapon. Nie Feng wanted to hurt him with a high Second Order Emperor realm martial skill. That was just a pipe dream. Whether it was his body or his Naiden, they were both extremely tough. This also gave him great confidence. Originally, he was worried that he wouldn't be Nie Feng's match, which was why he asked Zilong to help him. However, from the looks of it, it would be very difficult for Nie Feng to injure him. Killing him would be even more difficult. Nie Feng, how do you want to die? Ling Xiao suddenly asked with a smile on his face. What a joke, you want to kill me? Although Nie Feng was taken aback, he wasn't afraid. Just now, he had only used 50% of his strength to guard against the sneak attack of other warriors. Even if he didn't hurt Ling Xiao, it wasn't a big deal. Let me show you a more powerful attack. Blood Spear, Demon Slayer art. 70% of my strength. An even more terrifying aura gathered around the long spear. Nie Feng unleashed his true yuan, and a huge spear's shadow suddenly pierced toward Ling Xiao. There was no pause in the process. Even Zilong, who was standing behind Ling Xiao, could feel the terrifying pressure brought by the spear's shadow. His heart trembled violently. Swoosh! Bang! Ling Xiao still didn't dodge the attack. The spear's shadow accurately pierced through his body. A blood-red light exploded, and a loud rumbling sound came from where Ling Xiao was standing. Zilong felt a little numb. The last time, he was really terrified. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would be killed. But this time, he actually had a feeling. Nothing would happen to Ling Xiao. Nie Feng also frowned. He wasn't as arrogant as before. Previously, he thought that he had killed Ling Xiao with his spear, but he ended up making a fool of himself. This time, he wanted to see Ling Xiao being killed with his own eyes. Boring attack. As expected, Ling Xiao's voice rang out once more amidst the sounds of explosions. Nie Feng looked at that person in horror. It didn't seem like a person, but a ferocious beast from ancient times. It was looking at him with contempt and ridicule, as if it could swallow him at any time. Bang! While Niefeng was shocked, Ling Zhao's attack had already arrived. Wrath of the Black Soul. The Yin-Yang Universal Tiger transformed into a real Yin-Yang Universal Tiger and pounced at Niefeng. Its huge body completely enveloped the space. Niefeng waved the long spear in his hand, but he couldn't block it at all. The long spear was slapped away by the huge, ferocious beast. Even Niefeng himself was knocked flying away. He rolled a few times on the ground and was coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The Wrath of the Black Soul was an attack that ignored all defenses. Niefeng's purple spirit major general armor was useless against it. Therefore, he was seriously injured this time, although he was able to quickly stand back up from the ground. Niefeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Zhao was just a second-level Divine Core warrior. How could he easily send him flying with just a single punch? This was too ridiculous. Are you a human or a devil? How can you be so unreasonable? Niefeng was really scared. On the other hand, Zilong was laughing. He wanted to improve together with Ling Zhao, but judging from the current situation, it seemed like Ling Zhao had left him far behind. There was no way he could catch up to Jiang Chen. Looks like my worries were unnecessary. Zilong simply used a defensive talisman on himself. He didn't want Niefeng to suddenly attack Ling Zhao when he couldn't hurt him. He didn't want to become Ling Zhao's burden. Chapter 3740. Martial Soul of Ice. Unleash. Following a furious roar, Niefeng unleashed his martial soul and increased his strength to 100%. What a joke! 70% of his strength was no match for Jiang Chen. He didn't want to die like this. Instead of worrying about the dangers that hadn't arrived yet, it was better to solve the problem in front of him first. When the martial soul of ice was unleashed, the entire space became cold. This made Niefeng feel slightly relieved. Right at this moment, he finally understood why Ling Zhao was a tough nut to crack. What was with that terrifying physical body of his? He was only at the mid-second Divine Core realm, but his body was comparable to a fourth Divine Core warrior's. That's too ridiculous, right? Surprised, aren't you? You'll be even more surprised. Ling Zhao became more and more confident as the fight went on. To be honest, he wasn't sure how much of his strength he could bring out in a real fight. After all, his opponent was a peak third Divine Core warrior. Right now, he no longer had any fear. After taking 2 hits from his opponent, he had finally broken through to the late second Divine Core realm. His strength had once again increased, but right now, Niefeng had unleashed his martial soul and increased his strength to 100%. He dared not be careless. After thinking for a moment, he placed Zilong into the beast ring and concealed his aura. He was going to use the martial soul of Tyrant. Even if it was Zilong, he didn't want him to know about the existence of the martial soul of Tyrant. Although they were good brothers, the martial soul of Tyrant was his biggest trump card, and he wouldn't easily expose it. Zilong didn't object. He knew very well that if he stayed outside, he would be a burden to Ling Zhao. Rather than that, he might as well stay in a safe place and take care of Gao Hong. After placing Zilong into the storage ring, Ling Zhao took a deep breath and looked at Niefeng once again. Now, it was time for the slaughter. In an instant, the martial soul of Tyrant was unleashed. The original space had also turned into a pitch-black universe. Only a few stars could be seen in the distant sky. Right now, in Niefeng's eyes, it was as if Ling Zhao had merged with the universe. It gave Niefeng a terrifying pressure. It was as if the entire sky was pressing down on him. Even his breathing was a little hurried. What was going on? Was this his true trump card? Niefeng had always thought that the beast soul transformation was Ling Zhao's strongest trump card. However, he didn't expect Ling Zhao to have such a terrifying martial soul. What kind of monster was this guy? It was actually able to bring about such a terrifying feeling, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was rending, as if the rivers were overturning. What kind of martial soul is this? Why have I never seen or heard of it before? The frost martial spirit blossomed into a white sky behind Niafong, which made him feel a little more comfortable. After all, he was still a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior. Even if Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, there was no way he could scare him to the ground. That only shows that you're ignorant. But don't worry, I will tell you before you die. Now, you should think about how you're going to survive. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Niafeng. When he unleashed the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could feel that his strength was about the same as Niafeng's. As long as he used his martial skills, well, winning this fight wouldn't be a difficult task. Humph, your martial soul is just a little strange. No matter what, your cultivation is just at the mid-2nd Divine Core realm, and you only have an iron core in your body. Do you really think you can fight against my copper core? That's a completely different level of true essence. Correction, late 2nd Divine Core realm. I accidentally broke through again just now. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Niafeng was startled for a moment. Then he immediately said, "So what?" Before breaking through to the copper core realm, there is a huge gap between our inner cores. You are no match for me. Inner core gap. That's why I said you're ignorant. Ling Xiao said with a disdainful smile on his face. He had a divine core from an extreme core realm warrior in his body. To him, there was no difference between inner cores in the divine core realm. The only difference was true yuan and cultivation level. For Ling Xiao, the iron core realm, the copper core realm, they could all be considered the same cultivation level. The only difference was the amount of true yuan. Therefore, there was no difference in quality, there was only a difference in quantity. In other words, Ling Xiao could be considered a 3rd level iron core warrior, while Niafeng could be considered an 8th level iron core warrior. Between the two of them, there was only a difference of 5 small stages. With the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, Ling Xiao could easily defeat an opponent who was 3 stages higher than him. However, it would be difficult to defeat an opponent who was 4 stages higher than him. The possibility of defeating an opponent who was 5 stages higher than him was very low, but with the advantage in martial skills, the Blood Lightning God, and the fact that Niafeng was injured by the Prison Shadowkill's sneak attack, the possibility of defeating Niafeng was increasing. Also, don't forget the frightening killing intent in the evil ghost maze didn't affect Ling Xiao at all. It even had a buff effect, but it had a suppressive effect on Niafeng. With this, if Ling Xiao still couldn't defeat Niafeng, then it wouldn't make sense. Too bad. Niafeng didn't know about this. If he did, he wouldn't be so confident. While Niafeng was talking, the true yuan in his body was violently vibrating. Above his hands, a long spear condensed out of ice. As the long spear danced in the air, the surrounding air quickly turned cold. It actually formed a strange cold whirlpool. It looked like a snowstorm. Even Ling Xiao felt like his body was going to be sucked into this cold whirlpool. This martial skill can only be unleashed when I release my martial soul and use 90% of my strength. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. Anyway, no warriors below the 4th level of the Divine Core realm have ever seen this skill of mine. Today I'll show you. Icy Bloodstorm. Niafeng's furious roar sounded out. His entire body was covered in ice and snow, and the snow was slowly turning blood red. It was filled with a cold and murderous aura. The space within a radius of 20 meters had almost completely become his territory. Anyone who entered this space would be destroyed by the frightening icy bloodstorm. Dai Kid. The dragon trapping talisman only had an area of 50 meters, but The icy bloodstorm had an area of 20 meters. With Niafeng's speed, Ling Xiao had no room to dodge. The violent, cold wind and blood-red storm exploded. Then it pounced toward Ling Xiao. It wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao had nowhere to run. In such a small space, trying to escape would only put him in a more passive position. The power of this skill has probably reached the level of a mid-third order Emperor Realm martial skill. And, with Niafeng's own strength, if I was just an ordinary Iron Core warrior, I would have been turned into ashes. After all, the strength of an Iron Core and True Yuan is weaker than a Copper Core. Luckily, I'm different from ordinary people. Chapter 3741. This ice storm attack is really powerful. Fortunately, my physical body is incomparably strong. I also have a powerful divine core in my body. Ling Xiao was incomparably glad that he had entered the Ghost Demon Palace back then. If he had not entered the Ghost Demon Palace, he would not have been so lucky today. Even if his physical body was not destroyed, his inner core would have been shattered. At that time, even if he did not die, his cultivation would be completely crippled. At that time, wouldn't he be at Niafeng's mercy? How could an ignorant brat like you understand the difference between the Copper Core stage and the Iron Core stage? Pitiful guy, just die in this endless ice blood storm. Seeing Ling Xiao wrapped in the ice blood storm, Niafeng let out a hysterical roar. This was already his most powerful attack. He did not believe that it could not harm Ling Xiao. Even if the other party's physical body was not destroyed, his inner core would be shattered. Because he could not see Ling Xiao, Niafeng looked at his crystal ball. There was Ling Xiao's portrait on it. As long as Ling Xiao died, that portrait would immediately turn gray and be marked with a blood-red X. Tyrannical martial spirit, devour. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the ice bloodstorm. That terrifying ice bloodstorm actually completely disappeared in an instant. In the pitch-black universe, it was as if there was a giant beast entrenched there, opening its mouth and burping. This scene scared Niafeng so much that he almost collapsed in an instant. His most powerful attack was actually so easily broken by the other party. He could not accept it, absolutely could not accept it. Pitiful person, my physical body is now a high-grade third order Emperor stage. My inner core is far more powerful than you can imagine. With your attack, it's impossible to hurt me. It's over. I'll send you on your last journey. Tyrannical 10 swords in one. In the boundless universe, 10 sword lights glided past like 10 comets. Then they condensed together. With a heavy pressure, they pounced toward Niafeng. In Niafeng's eyes, they did not look like 10 swords. Instead, they looked more like 10 stars that resembled swords. Each star had enough power to destroy him. How can this be? How can this be? I don't believe it. I can't accept it. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Copper Core, explode for me. Niafeng seemed to have seen his own death and knew that it was impossible for him to win. Therefore, he was prepared to use the last resort. Even if he had to risk his life, he would never admit defeat in front of Ling Xiao. At worst, they would just perish together. The copper elixir in his body was released. It was extremely dazzling in the space. Ha ha ha, my copper core is perfect, and once it explodes, even a 4th level Divine Core warrior will be severely injured. Any warrior below the 4th level of the Divine Core realm would die, without a doubt. I don't care what monster you are. All of them must die today. We must. Exploding his inner core was the final trump card of a Divine Core warrior. If he confirmed that there was no hope left, they would rather perish together with their opponents than surrender. This Niafeng could be considered a man. It was a pity Since Ling Xiao had broken through to the divine core realm, there was no way he wouldn't study how a divine core exploded. During his research, he discovered something interesting. A stronger inner core would not be afraid of the exploding of a lower-level inner core. It could even absorb the energy from the exploding inner core. Facing the exploding copper core, a silver core could absorb about 10% of the energy, but it would still be severely injured. A gold core could absorb about 20% of the energy, but it would still be slightly injured. A mortal core could absorb more than 90% of the energy, and it wouldn't be injured at all. Nie Feng was sure that Ling Xiao didn't have a gold core, and it was impossible for him to have a mortal core. But he never expected that Ling Xiao had a divine core that was much stronger than all of these. It was a core that only warriors at the extreme realm of core could possess. Nie Feng didn't withdraw his attack. Ling Xiao just opened his mouth and released the divine core from his body. In an instant, Nie Feng's hair stood on end. It was as if he had just seen a ghost, and his face was filled with despair and disbelief. He had decided to perish together with Jiang Chun. He had exploded his inner core, and he thought he would be able to bring Ling Xiao with him. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would release a divine core? Why? Why? I can't accept it. Boom. The copper core exploded, but before its power could spread, it was completely absorbed by the divine core. Then, the divine core flew back into Ling Xiao's body. Then, the 10 swords merged into one and hit Nie Feng, who had already lost his core. At this moment, Nie Feng couldn't defend himself except for his physical body. In that instant, his eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. His body was completely destroyed by the sword light. When he died, he didn't even have time to scream. Nie Feng was killed, and the effect of the dragon trapping talisman finally disappeared. Ling Xiao picked up the storage ring on the ground and smiled coldly. What do you mean by the evils you bring on yourself are the hardest to bear? This is it. Nie Feng's death came from Nie Shuang's death. Speaking of which, these two siblings were just Yu Qilong's pawns. They were also somewhat pitiful, but a pitiful person must have a hateful side. They were willing to be used by Yu Qilong, and they both wanted to kill Ling Xiao. So Ling Xiao could only kill them. He withdrew the tyrant martial spirit. Ling Xiao let out a long breath. He really relied on the tyrant martial spirit in this battle. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be too difficult to defeat Nie Feng. There are only spirit stones and talismans. After opening Nie Feng's storage ring and taking a look, Ling Xiao was greatly disappointed. This guy's storage ring only had about 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, as well as about 10 one-time use talismans. He guessed that the Yu clan knew that it would be very dangerous to enter the burial ground. Therefore, he had basically emptied the storage ring of all its contents. Of course, there was another possibility. The storage ring space was limited, so they prepared to make room for other things. Regardless of which possibility it was, the reality was that there weren't many things in the storage ring. Fortunately, spirit stones were indispensable to Ling Xiao. As for the 10 or so talismans, they were divided into 3 types. One was the dragon trapping talisman, which could be used to trap enemies. One was the defensive talisman, which could be used to defend against attacks. One was the body securing talisman, which could be used to restrain enemies. There were 4 defensive talismans and body securing talismans and 2 dragon trapping talismans. All the talismans were divine emperor weapons, and they weren't very effective against warriors above the 3rd divine core realm. However, they were very effective against warriors below the 3rd divine core realm. Perhaps the reason why Nie Feng didn't use these talismans was because he believed that Ling Xiao could easily kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had only used 1 dragon trapping talisman. Ling Xiao was the one who got the advantage. Although these talismans weren't very effective against warriors above the third divine core realm, they weren't completely useless. At a critical moment, these talismans could still be of great use. After all, in a battle between great warriors, the difference between their strengths was just a tiny bit. Chapter 3742. After tidying up the storage ring, Ling Xiao threw a glance at the crystal ball. Nie Feng's portrait had turned gray, and a blood-red X had appeared on top of it. Currently, the number of deaths had reached 10. Among these 10, only 2 were killed by Ling Xiao. However, none of the men Ling Xiao killed were weak, and his slaughter points had increased to 44. There are only 50 men left. The number of people is decreasing too quickly. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It seemed like it was just as he had expected. Some of them were crazily hunting down their own kind, in order to obtain the last inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. There was even a possibility of them killing each other. Oh, Blood Sword Supreme, you are indeed famous for killing. This trial was too cruel. Brother Ling Xiao, let me out. Is it over? Zilong's voice came from the beast ring. Only now did Ling Xiao remember that he had blocked the beast ring, so Zilong couldn't see what was happening outside. But he could still feel the terrifying aura. Perhaps Zilong had suddenly noticed that the battle had stopped, and that was why he was anxiously asking about the situation. Ling Xiao let him out, then with a smile on his face, he said, "The battle is over. Nie Feng has received his just deserts." Zilong stared at Nie Feng's tattered corpse with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't believe his own eyes. "Am I seeing things, Brother Ling Xiao? You really killed him." "Oh, heavens, Brother Ling Xiao, you've been hiding your true strength all this time. You're so strong." "You can say that." Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain, because the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be. Since Zilong thought he was hiding his true strength, then he would just pretend he was hiding it. "I was worried that something might happen to you, Brother Ling Xiao. After all, the trial in this evil ghost labyrinth is too cruel. But now, as long as you don't meet any warriors above the fourth divine core realm, you should be fine." Zilong let out a sigh of relief. Since Ling Xiao was able to conceal himself, it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive until the end of this trial. And after killing Nie Feng, I now know the limit of my current strength. As long as he didn't encounter any warriors above the 4th level of the Divine Core realm, or as long as I'm not surrounded by 3rd Divine Core warriors, I'll be fine. Ling Xiao nodded. At the same time, somewhere in the demon labyrinth, Yu Qilong had just killed a wraith when he suddenly noticed that the number on the crystal ball had become smaller. Another person's avatar turned gray. Nie Feng? How could it be him? Yu Qilong was very shocked. Yu Hua and Zi Qinya were the strongest in the Yu clan and the Zi clan. Next up were 4 5th Divine Core warriors, 3 from the Yu clan and 2 from the Zi clan. Then there were the 8 4th Divine Core warriors, 5 from the Yu clan and 3 from the Zi clan. As for the peak 3rd Divine Core warriors, there were 7 from the Yu family and only 3 from the Zi family. There were only 10 of them. Originally, Yu Qilong thought that these 24 people would definitely stay until the end. But who would have thought that in just a dozen minutes, Nie Feng, a man who stood at the pinnacle of all 3rd Heavenly Core warriors, would actually die? Who killed him? Zi Qinya? Or was it Indigo? Or was it a mighty warrior from the Zi family? No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't think of any possibility that it was Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was indeed an extremely talented warrior, but how could a 2nd Divine Core warrior kill a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior? Even if he was beaten to death, he still wouldn't believe it. On the other side, Zi Qinya had also noticed the change in the crystal ball. Nie Feng's death had made her even more nervous. If Nie Feng was dead, then what about Ling Xiao and Zilong? Both of them were much weaker than Nie Feng. Luckily, their avatars were still lit up on the crystal ball, which meant they were still alive. But even so, Zi Qinya didn't dare be careless. No, I need to find them as soon as possible, as soon as possible. Zi Qinya had no interest in the purple spirit martial armor. She only hoped that Ling Xiao and Zilong were still safe. No matter how much he thought about it, he would never think that Nie Feng was killed by Ling Xiao. At the same time, no matter if it was Yu Hua, Zilan, Meng Yu, or any other men, none of them would think about it. Nie Feng's death was related to Ling Xiao. In their minds, Ling Xiao and Zilong were the two weakest men, and they should be the first to be eliminated. But the reality was different from what they had imagined. Brother Ling Xiao, what should we do next? Are we really going to do as Blood Sword Reverend said, and kill them? There weren't many evil ghosts. If he wasn't mistaken, the number of evil ghosts was the same as the number of human warriors who entered the tomb. Their overall strength wasn't much weaker than human warriors. But the points they would get from killing them were only half of the points they would get from killing human warriors, and it would take a lot of effort. Therefore, in Zilong's mind, if it were those evil ghosts, they would most likely kill human warriors first. I don't plan to do that. Since they don't want to kill evil ghosts, I'll do it for them. For Ling Xiao, killing evil ghosts wasn't as simple as just getting slaughter points. It could also greatly increase and replenish his potential. It was much more beneficial to him than killing human warriors. Plus, he couldn't bring himself to kill someone who had no enmity with him. At least, he wouldn't take the initiative to do so. However, if someone tried to harm him, then he would not hesitate to kill that person. Brother Ling Xiao, you're really a good man. But I reckon that Yu Hua, Yu Qilong, and Zilan wouldn't be like you. In order to get the purple spirit martial armor, they would definitely start a massacre. They might even kill their own people. When Zilong said until here, he suddenly shuddered. He had lived in an environment of mutual deception for a long time, and he was very familiar with this kind of thing. The purple spirit martial armor is just the purple spirit armor worn by the Purple Mansion Army's marshals. Is it really worth it for them to do that? Ling Xiao asked confusedly. Zilong glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "It's not the same. Blood Sword Reverend's purple spirit martial armor is unique. It's more outstanding than anyone else's purple spirit armor. Even the purple spirit armor worn by the Purple Mansion King can't compare to it. His purple spirit martial armor has another name, the Blood Reverend armor. It's the ancestor of the purple spirit armor. Basically, all the purple spirit armors were made based on the Blood Reverend armor. Only the Blood Reverend armor isn't from the Black Tortoise continent. I think it's a treasure that the Blood Sword Reverend found in some small world. I even suspect that it's more powerful than a weapon like the Blood Sun world. According to the information left behind, the Blood Reverend armor can only be used by warriors above the 4th level of the Divine Core realm. Only warriors at the 6th level of the Divine Core realm can unleash its full power. It can be used up until the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Core realm. If this armor fell into Yu Qilong's hands, his overall strength would immediately surpass his sister and Yu Hua. He might even be as powerful as the Purple Mansion Army's marshals. If Yu Hua got his hands on it, he would be able to unleash the full power of the Blood Reverend armor. He might even surpass the Purple Mansion King and become the strongest warrior in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. At that time, we won't be able to survive. Chapter 3743. Originally, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the purple spirit martial armor, also known as the Blood Supremacy armor. He didn't think he could become the number 1 in terms of slaughter points. But when he heard what Zilong said, he immediately became nervous. He had to get the blood supremacy armor. Even if he didn't want it or didn't need it, he had to let Zi Qianye get it. If not only would Zi Qianye be in trouble, he would also be killed. Of course, his principles wouldn't change. He would never kill someone who had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to become a devil who killed without batting an eyelid and die a horrible death like the blood sword supremacy. But he could still kill all the evil ghosts. With this thought in mind, he immediately unleashed the Cerberus beast soul. After that, he opened the gates of hell. Then, he unleashed 3 Death Knights who had the same strength as him. This was the limit of what he could do right now. Although they had the same strength, it didn't mean they had the same cultivation base. The combat strength of these 3 Death Knights was at the mid-3rd Divine Core realm, but without the help of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, they couldn't reach Niafeng's level. After that, he unleashed another 301st Divine Core Skeleton Warriors. Although these skeleton warriors weren't strong enough, they could still harass the other warriors. What he wanted to do was to kill all the remaining evil ghosts as soon as possible. In this way, he would be able to get a lot of slaughter points. Go, Death Knights, help me kill the evil ghosts. Skeleton warriors, help me stop the other warriors from killing the evil ghosts. After giving out the order, the Death Knights and skeleton warriors left. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. Let's go, Xiaolong. Let's kill the evil ghosts and find my sister. Once we find him, the 3 of us will be the safest. Ling Xiao didn't intend to play Zilong, who was so powerful, in the beast ring. Although Zilong's cultivation base wasn't strong, his combat strength was comparable to a mid-2nd Divine Core warrior. With the help of a large amount of talismans, he should be able to help. I'll summon my puppet beast as well. Zilong smiled. He took out a puppet beast that looked like a male lion from his storage ring. When he took it out, it was only as big as a palm, like a toy. But after he put some energy stones into it, it quickly grew. It grew to a height of more than 2 meters and a length of more than 4 meters. An early 3rd Divine Core puppet beast. Ling Xiao was rather surprised. This is the strongest puppet beast I can control right now. There's no other way. To control a puppet beast, I have to rely on my soul force. Even this is very difficult for me. I call it the Flame Lion. Zilong smiled. Good. With this Flame Lion, your combat prowess will be even stronger. With us brothers working together, we can cut through metal. Let's begin. Ling Xiao also jumped onto the back of the Flame Lion. If he could conserve some energy, he would try his best to conserve it. In any case, the Flame Lion only needed spirit stones. He had a lot of spirit stones. Remember, leave all the evil spirits to me. Try your best to help me obtain the Blood Supreme Armor, Ling Xiao said as he dashed towards his next target. No problem. Whether it's Big Sister or Big Brother Ling Xiao, you can get the Blood Supreme Armor. I don't want anyone else to get it. Zilong nodded. I don't need it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I think the Blood Supreme Armor is something similar to the Purple Spirit Armor. For someone like me who has an extremely powerful body and inner core, it's useless. It's no longer useful to me. Rather than wasting it for me, I might as well give it to Big Sister. Once Big Sister Qianye obtains it, that old dog from the Yu family won't be able to do anything to her. We'll be safe then. Hearing this, Zilong was startled. Are you sure you want to give the Blood Supreme Armor to my Big Sister? Even if you don't need it, you can still sell it for hundreds of millions of upper-rank soul stones. Zilong couldn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Your Big Sister? She's also my Big Sister. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This is called making the best use of everything. Stop nagging, just do as I say. Fine. My Big Sister didn't misjudge you, and I didn't misjudge you, my good brother." Zi Long was so touched that he almost cried. "Hold back your tears. It's time to fight." Because of the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao was able to quickly locate the evil ghosts. After a brief moment, he had caught up with two evil ghosts. Both of them were below the fourth divine core realm. The battle in the evil ghost maze was still ongoing. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Somewhere, Ling Xiao and Zi Long were resting. They were also replenishing their strength and true yuan with some pills. The flaming lion was lying on the ground beside them, staring at the tunnel. During this period of time, we've basically killed all the evil ghosts below the fourth divine core realm. We've killed 15 of them, and my death knights have killed 10 of them. In total, we've killed 25 of them. My skeleton warriors are all dead, and 2 of my death knights are dead as well. I've recalled the last one back to the gates of hell. After all, it will consume a lot of my soul force and true yuan. With the 25 evil ghosts we've killed, and those who died just now, that's a total of 28. As for the remaining 22, none of them are people we can deal with. Looks like we'll have to stop here for now. Ling Xiao calculated, but these 25 evil ghosts have allowed me to get a huge amount of slaughter points. Right now, I have 344 slaughter points. I wonder if anyone else has more than me. Too bad Big Sister Chinya isn't with us. Otherwise, with the 3 of us working together, we'll be able to kill all of these evil ghosts. I don't think anyone has more than you. The speed at which you're killing evil ghosts is just too fast. With formations and sneak attacks, none of those evil ghosts can withstand more than 1 or 2 attacks. Only those third divine core warriors can withstand a bit longer, but at most, they can only withstand 4 to 5 attacks. Zi Long admired Ling Xiao more and more. This sworn brother of his was simply a godly man. The blood supremacy armor that was destined to never belong to them had now become so close. Someone is coming. Same old method. I'll hide. If this person doesn't have any hostility towards you, I won't do anything. But if he attacks you, we'll work together and kill him. After saying that, Ling Xiao transformed into the shadow warrior form. Right at the same time, a man suddenly appeared in front of Zi Long. Zi Long recognized this man. He was from the Zi family. Judging from his clothes, he couldn't be mistaken. But he hadn't had any contact with the Zi family for a long time, so he had no idea what this man's name was. This man wasn't strong, but he was an early third divine core warrior. Zi Long was sure that he wasn't his match. But when he saw the flaming lion standing next to Zi Long, he furrowed his brows. Obviously, he was afraid, because the flaming lion's strength was on par with his. "Senior, you're from the Zi family?" Zi Long asked with a joyful expression. "That's right, I'm ZMO. Actually, you should call me third uncle." ZMO stroked his beard and said with a smile, Chapter 3744. ZMO wasn't young anymore. He was at least in the same generation as Yu Hua. His talent wasn't anything special. That's why he was only an early third divine core warrior at this age. ZMO had a kind smile on his face. He really did look like a senior from the Zi family. "Zi Long, are you alone?" ZMO asked with a smile on his face. This old man looked kind, and if it wasn't for this strange environment, Zi Long would have really believed that he would help him. "I'm not alone, my sister is nearby." When Zi Long said this, a panicked expression flickered through his eyes. ZMO noticed the panic in Zi Long's eyes. It was a pity that this young man wasn't an actor. With his acting skills, Ling Xiao would never be able to catch up with him. "Hee, don't be afraid. I'm your third uncle. I won't harm you. Even though the rules of this exam require you to accumulate slaughter points, with my strength, I don't think I can do that. That's why I won't kill anyone from the Yu family, let alone the Z family. ZMO smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll bring you to your sister. I saw her when I was passing by. She's looking for you as well, and she looks very anxious. Although this old man's strength isn't too strong, I can still help you a little." If Z Long was a naive kid, he would have been deceived by this old man's flowery words. But Z Long was no longer naive. "Thank you, third uncle. Where is my sister?" Z Long asked with a happy smile on his face. "No need to thank me. We're a family. I just hope that you can put in a good word for me in front of your sister in the future. Let's go this way." ZMO said with a smile, "I've checked the area along the way. There isn't much danger. Also, this place is the closest to your sister." Z Long nodded his head. Then he started walking towards ZMO. The distance between the two was instantly shortened. A cold light flashed through Zemo's eyes. But Z Long acted like he didn't see it. He just kept walking forward. The distance between the two was less than 2 meters. At this distance, if Z Long wanted to launch a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. "Idiot, even if it wasn't for the purple spirit martial armor, you'd still have to die. You must have a lot of treasures on you, right? Let's just earn some. Moreover, this old man is one of the Z Lon family's patriarch's men. If I kill you, Z Qin, you will be very sad. When she was sad, she would have a flaw. It would be best if she was killed by Yu Hua. Then the Z family will be ours." Although ZMO also wanted to obtain the purple spirit martial armor, the chances were slim. After all, his strength was not considered the strongest among everyone present. However, if he could capture a weakling, then that would be one. Killing one more person would increase his chances of success. In addition to the other benefits, he didn't even need to think about it. He immediately made his move. He threw a palm strike at Z Long's head. At such a close distance, even if Z Long's strength was the same as his, it was also completely impossible for him to block it. Besides, Z Long was only an early second Heavenly Core warrior. It would be extremely easy for Jiang Chun to kill him. He didn't expect any accidents at all. However, his hand had just reached out. A terrifying killing intent enveloped his entire body. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his body and blood spurted out. Even though he had tried his best to avoid the vital parts, but the man who ambushed him had a terrifying sword skill. Although he had avoided the attack on his throat, the sword still pierced through his face and went through his head. He let out a hysterical scream. Then he turned his head around. A figure appeared at a place where there was no one. Ling Xiao, Z Qinya's sworn brother, Ling Xiao, was standing right there. Ling Xiao pulled the first Blood Sun World out from Zemo's head. Blood splattered everywhere. ZMO knelt down on the ground. He couldn't believe it, and he was filled with despair. He could feel his life force draining away at an incredible speed. You, he said, "you" 3 times in a row, but in the end, he couldn't say what he wanted to say. Z Long, who was standing next to him, also said with a smile, "Old fool, if you really wanted to help me, you wouldn't have died. Not only that, we might have even helped you. But too bad, since you're trying to kill me, you're going to die." Hearing what Z Long said, ZMO was filled with regret. Only now did he realize that Ling Xiao was baiting him to kill him. He had purposely given him a chance to ambush Z Long, and Z Long had really taken the bait. But in the end, he was caught red-handed. What a depressing death. Soon, the light in his eyes dimmed, and they became dark and gloomy. Ling Xiao had already started looting the spoils of war. Mo's storage ring also only had some energy stones and talismans. But this guy only had 1 talisman left. Perhaps he had used all his previous talismans. After all, He was only an early third Divine Core warrior, and it must have been difficult for him to survive until now. After putting away everything in the storage ring, Ling Xiao unleashed his Divine Core and absorbed the energy within Zimo's copper core. As long as his inner core didn't shatter, Zimo wouldn't be considered dead. Now that his inner core was destroyed and his body was destroyed, Zimo's evil life had finally come to an end. Perhaps this old fool had used the same method many times to gain the trust of those naive boys and girls. Countless people had died in his hands because of this. 362 slaughter points. Ling Xiao noticed that Zimo's face on the crystal ball had turned dark, and he was sure that Zimo had been killed. Without wasting any more time, Jiang Chen brought Zilong and continued walking. Zilong, I'll give you these talismans. I don't need them. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. If Zilong worked with him, he would have more chances to use these talismans. Therefore, he gave Zimo's talismans and all the talismans he got from Nia Feng's storage ring to Zilong. With this, Zilong's combat strength would increase, and Ling Xiao would have a much easier time. If this continues, I'm afraid Brother Ling Xiao might really be able to get the Blood Overlord armor. Zilong said excitedly. You're right, these people are all here to die, and I won't be merciful to them. Ling Xiao wasn't a bashful person. He wouldn't kill innocent people, but he wouldn't let anyone go. Right now, he had 362 slaughter points. It was a pity that there was no ranking on the crystal ball, so he didn't know where he was. He could only take it one step at a time. This kind of thing, after all, could only be desired. He could only work hard. However, his hope was still very high. So far, he had killed nearly half of the evil spirits. Among the 11 cultivators who died, 3 were killed by him: Feng Tian, Nia Feng, and Zimo. As for the other 8, he didn't know who killed them. But he believed that even if it was a master like Yu Hua, it wouldn't be easy to find the other cultivators. After all, he couldn't use soul force to search in the evil spirit maze. Yu Hua didn't have a divine ability like the Tai Chi Eye. No matter how strong he was, if he couldn't find them, he might not be able to kill them. Chapter 3745. As for those who were running away, because they were in a maze, Yu Hua might not be able to catch up to them. But it was different for him. He and Zilong were the weakest amongst all of them. Even if the others saw them, they wouldn't run away. Instead, they would pounce on them. This was where Jiang Chen's advantage lay. Brother Ling Xiao, don't you think we're just pretending to be weak? Zilong laughed. We're just like bait. Anyone who sees us will want to take a bite out of us. The result is that we'll all be killed. Unless it's a 4th level Divine Core warrior, or above. I think they'll all be killed by us. You can even kill an early 3rd level Divine Core warrior with a single strike. Something like that. Ling Xiao nodded his head. It was a bit difficult to deal with a peak 3rd level Divine Core warrior, but he had the Shadow Warrior form. Once the battle began, he would be able to gain the upper hand. This was a very useful ability. Let's continue. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't feel any guilt or pity when those who deserved to die were killed. I think Sister Qinya is going crazy right now. So many people have died. I'm sure she's looking for us everywhere. And Zilong nodded his head. Both men continued following the plan. Zilong rode on the flaming lion and continued forward. Ling Xiao transformed into the Shadow Warrior form and followed behind. In order to find Qinya, he didn't plan to avoid any warriors below the 4th level of the Divine Core realm. If they didn't attack Zilong, they would be able to pass through smoothly. But if they really wanted to attack, then I'm sorry, I'll definitely get rid of him first. At the same time, Qinya was crazily flying through the evil ghost maze. Until now, she hadn't killed a single warrior. She hadn't killed a single evil ghost. No matter who she met, she would quickly leave, because in her mind, she only cared about the safety of those two men, Ling Xiao and Zilong. These two little fellows, they must be really scared after being thrown into such a terrifying place. God bless me. I must find them. I must. One was her brother. The other was a man she had a relationship with. He was also the only man she had fallen in love with. If anything happened to either of them, she wouldn't have the courage to continue living. But the maze was extremely complicated. She did not meet many martial artists along the way. Occasionally, a human figure would appear, but it would quickly disappear. Perhaps they were aware of her identity, so they didn't dare to show their faces. This also caused her a lot of trouble in finding Ling Xiao and Zilong, because it was impossible to find someone to ask. Stop! Suddenly, another figure appeared. This time, Ziqinya directly released a body-securing talisman, freezing that person in place. She didn't want to kill anyone. She just wanted to find out the whereabouts of her two younger brothers. Although the man was a warrior of the Z family, he was still scared to death. After all, the rules of this demon labyrinth were very depressing. If he wanted to obtain the blood supremacy armor, he would have to kill. Killing evil spirits gave less killing points, and only killing martial artists gave more killing points. Therefore, they would naturally go crazy. This warrior of the Z family had witnessed Yu Hua killing members of the Yu family. That was why he was afraid of Ziqinya. Have you seen Ling Xiao and Zilong? Ziqinya asked coldly. No, no. The man replied with trepidation. Ziqinya sighed, dispelled the effect of the body-securing talisman, and disappeared in an instant. The warrior of the Z family, who survived, let out a sigh of relief. He felt that his legs were about to go soft. But why are those two guys still alive? They are obviously the two weakest among all of us. 11 people had already died, but those two fellows were still alive. It's incredible. How did they survive? After Ziqinya left, the warrior of the Z family frowned, puzzled, not to mention him. All the warriors who saw Ling Xiao and Zilong's heads still lit up through the crystal ball had the same question. Logically speaking, under such rules, those two were simply targets to be killed from the start. It was truly inconceivable that he had managed to survive until now, without dying. They probably never dreamed of it. Those two guys, who they thought should have been killed at the beginning, had not only gained a lot at this time. Furthermore, the slaughter points that Ling Xiao had accumulated were already a lot. Why? Patriarch. Somewhere, a mid-third level Divine Core warrior from the Yu family had his heart pierced by Yu Hua's finger. Before he died, he stared at his patriarch in disbelief. They were from the same family. When he saw Yu Hua, he was happy. But he didn't expect that just as he was feeling happy, he was killed by Yu Hua. Just think of it as a contribution to the Yu family. No matter what, a mid-third level Divine Core warrior would most likely be killed by someone from the Z family. Yu Hua gazed at the man coldly. What Yu Hua said made the man die with his eyes wide open. The number on the crystal ball changed to 48. 12 men had been killed. After killing the martial artist and the evil spirit, my current points have reached 360 points. I'm afraid no one else has more points than me. Ziqinya, that idiotic woman. She's just looking for her brother. She has no intention of killing anyone. I don't think she knows I bumped into her just now. In Yu Hua's mind, Ziqinya was his biggest competitor. Ziqinya was being held back by Ling Xiao and Zilong. She didn't have the time to kill anyone. Of course, Yu Hua didn't want to become Ziqinya's enemy so soon. If not, he would waste a lot of time and he might not be able to win. Ha ha! The Blood Overlord armor is mine. In order to get it, it looks like I'll have to kill a few more men from the U family. Those bastards from the Z family, they ran away as soon as they saw me. It's impossible for them to chase after me. But there are some idiots from the U family who didn't understand how scary this test is, and they still dared to approach me. Idiots like them, it's not a pity to kill them, and they're useless to me. Yu Hua didn't feel ashamed for killing his own men. He was actually proud of himself. In his mind, those idiots would only become the points of the Z family. Even if Z Qianya didn't kill them, the Z family still had powerful warriors like Z Lan. As long as I get the Blood Overlord armor, even the king of the Z kingdom will not be my match. At that time, the entire Z kingdom will be mine. Z Qianya. Oh, Z Qianya, if you obey me and marry my son Yu Qilong, maybe I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll chop you into pieces. There was no enmity between the Yu family and the Z family. If the Z family was willing to join the Yu family and become the servants of the Yu family, he could still let them live. But there's one thing that I've been thinking about. Nie Feng is dead. What's wrong with Ling Xiao and Zilong? Why aren't they dead yet? Yu Hua couldn't think of a reason, no matter how hard he racked his brains. It doesn't matter. Perhaps those two brats found a secluded place to hide. It's good that they're alive. They can pin down Z Qianya. Yu Hua smiled, thinking that it might not be a bad thing. Chapter 3746. With those two idiots holding Z Qianya back, I'll be able to get the upper hand. With that, I'll have a higher chance of getting the blood supremacy armor. Perhaps this is the legendary pig teammate. Ha ha ha. Yu Hua thought Zilong and Ling Xiao were Z Qianya's pig teammates, but he never thought that his slaughter points would be lower than Ling Xiao's. In order to get the blood supremacy armor, I'll have to kill a few more people. Killing people is easier than killing evil ghosts, and I'll get more points. Yu Hua looked around, but he still couldn't find anyone. Without any other choice, he leapt out and started searching outside. At the same time, Z Qianya's search was interrupted, because she had encountered the man she wanted to kill the most in her life, Yu Qilong. She would never forget what happened to the flower garden parasite. If not for Ling Xiao's timely appearance, she might have fallen into this man's trap and become a tool for him. Whenever she thought about what had happened, she would tremble. She was furious. Together with Yu Qilong was a mighty warrior from the Z family, a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior. But he was severely injured. She knew this warrior. He was one of her grandfathers. Although they didn't talk much, they didn't have any grudges against each other. Qianya, quick, save me. When the old man saw Z Qianya, he immediately shouted out in excitement. For him, Z Qianya's appearance was his only hope. If not, with his strength, facing Yu Qilong, who was a 5th Divine Core warrior, he would definitely die. He didn't want to die. Actually, even if he didn't shout, Z Qianya would save him. After all, the Z family was brought here by Z Qianya, and Z Qianya felt that he had the responsibility to protect them. A cold beam shot out. Yu Qilong had no choice but to stop. He was about to kill the old man, but Z Qianya stopped him. Yu Qilong was furious, but Z Qianya was stronger than him, so he didn't dare attack recklessly. The injured old man took the opportunity to escape from Yu Qilong's attack range and arrived next to Z Qianya. To be honest, there was no grudge between him and Z Qianya. As for who would become the patriarch of the Z family, he wasn't interested. But everyone wanted the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. He was no exception. That was why he had come to the burial ground this time. He was very grateful to Z Qianya for saving him. Qianyi, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my life. This old man will definitely support you to become the head of the Z family. The reason he said this was because Zilan had also passed by this place. However, he did not save him. Instead, he left in a hurry. In the past, he didn't have a stance, but now, he had decided to support Ziqianye. Ziqian, you didn't say anything. He stared at Yuqilong and said, "Piss off." Of course she wanted revenge. But wanting to kill Yuqilong was absolutely not something that could be done in a short moment. She was still in a hurry to find Zilong and Ling Xiao, so she didn't have the time to spare. Scram! Yuqilong was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed wildly. "Ziqianye, you're too kind. A woman like you will never amount to anything. Back then, your brother was assassinated by the Z Mansion army for the first time. If it were me, I would turn the Zifu army upside down, no matter what. But you didn't because you had too many misgivings. You were afraid of harming the innocent. Today you did it again. If you don't kill me, I won't be grateful at all. I will still attack the people of the Z family and kill them when I meet them. I must get the Blood Supreme armor in this round. Only then can I be qualified to defeat you." "Really? I don't think so," Ziqianye said coldly. "Although the Blood Supreme armor is powerful, I don't believe that the Blood Supreme sword would be so kind. He is a murderous maniac. I don't dare to use the things that he left behind. All right, enough nonsense. Get out of here before I change my mind." Yuqilong frowned, but he still stepped back. He knew that he was no match for Ziqianye now. Since there was a chance to escape, he would not let it go. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Yuqilong flew away. "Bitch, just you wait. I will kill you with my own hands." Yuqilong felt very vexed. He was the lieutenant general of the Z Mansion army, but he was suppressed by a woman. That kind of feeling was really sullen. Today, when facing Ziqianye, he had to escape to save his life. It was really ridiculous. However, this scene was seen by the elder of the Z family. He felt even more humiliated. But it doesn't matter. With your soft-hearted character, you probably won't get the Blood Supreme armor. The Blood Supreme armor will definitely fall into the hands of the Yu family. After all, we won't even let go of our own family members. At that time, whether it is me or my father who gets the Blood Supreme armor, you will be a bitch. Bitch, you will wish you were dead. Thinking of this, Yuqilong suddenly became excited. But before that, I'll give you a small gift. Even if it's a little cruel. Yuqilong had already noticed that the portraits of Ling Xiao and Zilong on the crystal ball were still lit up. In his opinion, this was a chance given to him by God to punish that woman. "Ling Xiao, Zilong, you'd better not die before I catch up with you. That would be too boring." After saying this, Yuqilong sped up and rushed forward. "Have you seen Ling Xiao and Zilong?" On the other side, Ziqianye asked the old man. "No, if I had seen them, I would have told you." In fact, the old man was cursing in his mind. If he had really seen Zilong and Ling Xiao, he would have killed them long ago. He wouldn't be as merciful as Ziqianye. Forget about it then. Ziqianye let out a sigh, then he turned around and disappeared. "Damn it. Bitch, you saved me, but you should at least give me a pill. I'm so badly injured. If I bumped into someone else, I would be dead for sure." Just a moment ago, when he was in danger, he was still grateful to Ziqianye. But not long after he was out of danger, he started cursing out loud, completely forgetting that it was Ziqianye who had saved him. "I have to leave this place first. If not, I'll be in trouble when Yuqilong returns." The old man furrowed his brows and struggled to stand up. Although he was badly injured, he was still a peak third, Heavenly Core warrior. He had no problem walking. Because of his injuries, he couldn't walk quickly. After turning into another secret tunnel, he sat down. Initially, he wanted to take a rest and heal his injuries. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw Zilong walking towards him alone. In order to better act as a bait, Zilong had even recalled the flaming lion. Since he wasn't walking quickly, it wouldn't consume much of his strength. If he really couldn't walk, Ling Xiao still had a lot of pills he could use. Therefore, he didn't need to worry. When the old man noticed Zilong, Ling Xiao also noticed the old man. Zilong, go and ask him if he has seen Sister Qinya. Ling Xiao reminded the old man. He was still in his shadow warrior form. Chapter 3747. Zilong walked over to the old man. The old man from the Z family looked at Zilong as well. A faint sneer emerged on his face. Right now, he had forgotten that he was saved by Z Qinya. There was only greed in his eyes. Senior, have you seen my sister? Zilong walked up and asked. He was only a dozen meters away from the old man. Yes, of course I've seen her. I was saved by your sister. I'm really touched. Do you have any healing pills with you? I've used up all my pills, and I'm feeling weak right now. I don't think it'll be easy for me to help you. The old man said with a bitter smile. Yes. Zilong extended his hand and handed over a pill to the old man. The old man's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Such a good healing pill. I think it can even cure a 6th Divine Core warrior's serious injuries. After saying that, the old man swallowed the pill without any hesitation. It was a healing pill concocted by Ling Xiao, and its effects were obvious. After a brief moment, the old man felt his strength returning. The injuries in his body were quickly healing as well. After about a minute, he was able to stand up on his own. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his serious injuries had become minor ones. Senior, you've seen my sister, right? Where is she? Zilong asked anxiously. Of course I've seen her. She drove you Qilong away just now and saved me. The old man nodded his head, but where she went has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Zilong furrowed his brows. You still don't understand, because I'm going to kill you. Although the chances of getting the blood supremacy armor are slim, I still want to try. A ferocious expression emerged on the old man's face. My sister just saved you, you ungrateful old dog. Zilong was furious. She saved me, of course I remember. Don't worry. If I really get the blood supremacy armor, I'll return the favor to her. But you still have to die. After saying that, the old man struck. However, right when he circulated his energy, blood started flowing out from all 7 of his orifices, and he was frozen on the spot. What's going on? The old man was terrified. I've already tampered with the healing pill you took. If you don't attack Zilong, I will give you the antidote. It's a pity that you didn't pass the test. Ling Zhao's figure emerged from the darkness. He looked coldly at the old man, and then pierced the old man's throat with his sword. This perfect 3rd Divine Core warrior had died in a much more pathetic manner than Niafeng. It was tantamount to courting death. There are only 45 people left, and my slaughter points have reached 380. Ling Xiao looked at the crystal ball. In this short period of time, not only had he killed a martial artist, but there were also people who had died at the hands of others. It seemed that, as time passed, many people were starting to get anxious. Because they didn't want to be obliterated, some of the cultivators who were still rational at the beginning and didn't attack themselves also became crazy at this time. I can smell Sister Qianya's scent. Let's go over there. Ling Xiao was a beast soul martial artist, and his sense of smell was extremely sharp. Because Z Qinya had been here before, it was easy for him to determine the direction Z Qinya had left in. It was the same as before. Zilong continued to be the bait, and Ling Xiao continued to hide. However, compared to before, both men's speed had increased a lot. Since he knew he had found the clues left behind by Z Qinya, the next step was simple. Following the scent, Ling Xiao would be able to find Z Qinya. Sister must be worried about us. If not, since she met Yu Qilong, she wouldn't have let that bastard escape. Zilong looked at the crystal ball and found out that Yu Qilong was still alive. Of course, Sister cares about you, and me the most. I'm guessing she's trying to find us right now. She even gave up on hunting for us. Ling Xiao sighed, but luckily at least we're still alive. Sister Qinya knows that. Even if she's worried, she won't be sad. I'll lead the way, you just need to follow me. I believe we'll be able to find Sister Qinya soon. Once the three of us are reunited, no one in this tomb will be able to hurt us anymore. Right now, half an hour had passed. Out of the 60 men, only 45 were left. At least 15 more people would be killed. The cruelty of the Blood Sword Supreme was evident. Come to think of it, this trip to the burial place of the Blood Sword Supreme was not worth it at all. Because no matter if the Yu clan or the Z clan won, they would suffer great losses. Even if Yu Hua or Zilan obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, their clans would lose a lot of masters. At that time, they would probably become a second-rate or even third-rate clan. Of course, there was still hope for whoever obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. After all, as long as a clan had a top-notch master, it would be able to revive quickly. Then, the clan that failed would be completely finished. Thinking about it, it was really cruel. However, Ling Xiao was indifferent to these two clans. Anyway, they had nothing to do with him. Zilong and Z Qinya didn't have a good relationship with the Z clan. He wouldn't care about them at all. Thinking about it, Ling Xiao sped up. They didn't know that on the other side, Yu Qilong had actually returned. Yu Qilong might be tracking the old man from the Z clan. He thought that Z Qinya couldn't protect the old man forever, so he left a mark on the old man. And the direction that Yu Qilong came from was exactly opposite of the direction that Ling Xiao and the others were going. Both sides sped up. In a few minutes, they would meet. Of course, Yu Qilong didn't know this. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Zilong and make Z Qinya suffer. But without the Tai Chi Eye, it wasn't easy for him to find them. He could only rely on his luck. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. With the Tai Chi Eye, he could clearly see Yu Qilong rushing over. However, it was only 500 meters away, and Yu Qilong was extremely fast. Ling Xiao did not even think about it. He immediately placed the purple dragon into the beast ring, then turned and rushed into another fork in the road. It's him. Yu Qilong could already see Ling Xiao. That face, that speed, it was engraved in his heart. After all, his woman, Nie Shuang, was killed by Ling Xiao, and his plan was also ruined by Ling Xiao. Chase. He chased into the fork. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared without a trace. This guy, if it weren't for the maze, how could he escape from my pursuit? In fact, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was right next door. There was only a wall between them, but he couldn't destroy this wall. It could also isolate their auras. He sighed helplessly. Now I finally understand why this guy could survive. He's so fast that ordinary people can't catch up with him. In addition, it's a maze. As long as he enters another fork, he can escape. Chapter 3748. Yu Qilong gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. But no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen. Logically speaking, since his speed isn't as fast as mine, he must be hiding somewhere. But how did he know which path I came from? Yu Qilong had searched the area thoroughly, but he still couldn't find Ling Xiao. He started having a feeling. It was as if Ling Xiao could see him. When he approached, Ling Xiao would leave. It was like they were playing hide and seek. He couldn't see Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao could see him. Damn it! If this is the case, this is going to be troublesome. Once he sees me, he will immediately run away, and no one will be able to catch up to him. Not even my father, Yu Hua. Yu Qilong furrowed his brows. While searching, he saw a dead body. It was the old man from the Z family, who had been severely wounded by him. I think his throat was slit by a sword. Don't tell me Ling shouted this? Damn it, after all this, I am the one who helped him. I have severely wounded this guy, and now I am giving him a huge amount of slaughter points. Yu Qilong felt even more depressed. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be a threat to his father, Yu Hua. Even if Ling Xiao could run away in order to get slaughter points, he couldn't just run away. He still had to kill. Shaking his head, he continued walking forward. He had made up his mind, no matter if he met anyone from the Yu family or the Z family, he would kill them all. If there were more than 30 people in an hour, all of them would be killed. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. He didn't want to die like this. On the other side, Ling Xiao watched Yu Qilong leave. Then he returned to the path he came from. He continued to follow the plan with Zilong chasing after Zi Qinya. Time passed by, but Zi Qinya didn't stop. He was still crazily searching for them. Therefore, they had no choice but to chase after him. While chasing, Ling Xiao killed another warrior from the Yu family. Furthermore, it was a peak second heavenly divine core warrior, so Jiangchun could easily kill it. This guy didn't even think before rushing over as soon as he saw Zilong. It would be strange if he didn't kill him. At this point, there were only 35 people left. His slaughter points had reached 396 points. During this period of time, he had only killed one person, but 10 people had died. It seemed that his prediction was right. The closer it was to the end, the crazier people would be. Even his companions would suddenly kill him. However, because the number of people he had killed was relatively scattered, his slaughter points were still the highest. It was just that Ling Xiao himself didn't know. They've all gone crazy. Zilong sighed. Yeah, they've really gone crazy. Ling Xiao shook his head. Perhaps this was human nature. When it came to their own interests, who would care so much? There were too few who could maintain their true nature. Big brother Ling Xiao, do you think those people are frantically looking for us? There were only 5 people left to be killed. We're not dead yet. They must be very surprised. Zilong looked at the crystal ball and said, That's for sure. But I don't think Big Sister Qinya will be too nervous. We've been alive for so long, I'm sure she'll think we found a way to survive. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face, But with her personality, I'm sure she'll still be worried. She'll definitely look for us. Zilong said with a bitter smile, That's true. That's why we should keep moving forward. I can feel that we're getting closer and closer to her. Ling Xiao guessed that Zi Qinya might have encountered some trouble. If not, she wouldn't have suddenly slowed down her speed. Big brother Ling Xiao, thank you. Zilong suddenly said, No need to thank me. We're brothers, there's no need to be so courteous. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face, No, those people from the Z family are my family. They don't treat me as well as you do. No matter what, I want to find a chance to repay you. If I don't, I'll feel like I owe you too much, big brother Ling Xiao. Zilong shook his head and said, There'll be plenty of chances. But first, we'll have to survive. So, don't say such things anymore. Pay attention to the surroundings. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. If he wanted to unify the Black Tortoise continent, Zi-Ling would be a very important springboard. He believed that with his relationship with Zi Qinya would definitely help him if he told her the truth in the future. I've finally found you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from a dark corner. It gave Ling Xiao and Zilong a fright. Because Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I couldn't capture the existence of this person. But when he saw the thing that spoke, he heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a person, but a bug. To be exact, it was a goo bug. Zilong, come back. Ling Xiao hurriedly put Zilong into the beast ring and then looked around vigilantly. There were a total of 3 people within a mile. 2 of them were fighting. The other one was rushing over. And Ling Xiao knew this person even if he turned into ashes, because he was Tang Yi. But it didn't feel right to call him Tang Yi, because this person's aura was completely different from Tang Yi's. There are actually 2 souls in his body. Looks like Tang Yi's body has been taken over by someone. Ling Xiao frowned, but he didn't escape. Brother Ling Xiao, do you need my help? Zilong asked from the beast ring. Not for now. This guy knows how to use goo bugs. My shadow dancer form is useless against him. Also, it's probably useless to escape. This guy's goo bug can track us. We have to get rid of him. Otherwise, it'll be bad for us and Sister Chinya. Ling Xiao shook his head and quickly cut off the beast ring's connection with the outside world. This Tang Yi was very strong, stronger than Nie Feng, although they were both at the perfect bronze core realm. However, Tang Yi was possessed by someone. The person who possessed him was obviously an old devil who possessed a stronger martial skill than Nie Feng. He might need to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, but he couldn't let Zilong and Gao Hong know about it. Little bastard Ling Xiao, your body is mine. Old Silverworm had always been thinking about Ling Xiao's body. Because Tang Yi's body was too weak, it had already started to hinder his recovery. Only Ling Xiao's body could satisfy him. Ling Xiao stared at Tang Yi and didn't leave. This battle had to be carried out. He had to get rid of those who knew how to use goo bugs. Moreover, Tang Yi's strength could help him continue to break through. If his cultivation could reach the complete Iron Core realm, he would have a higher chance of obtaining the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. He was also a human. Although he wasn't interested in the Blood Supreme armor, he was interested in the Blood Supreme armor. However, he was still very interested in the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. He definitely wouldn't give it up easily. You're not escaping? Old Silverworm looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. Why should I escape? Ling Xiao said indifferently, since you're here for me to kill, why should I give up? You're going to die in this battle. I don't care who you are. Since you want me dead, I have to kill you. Chapter 3749. The old Silverworm was still wearing his Tribunus uniform. It was covered in blood. It was obvious that this person had already taken several lives. Cold and sinister killing intent seeped out from his eyes. In his eyes, Ling Xiao had become a dead body. It was no wonder that he was so confident. His opponent was just a 2nd level Divine Core warrior. He was a peak 3rd level Divine Core warrior. More importantly, he was from the same generation as the Blood Sword Lord, and he possessed a powerful 4th grade Emperor martial skill. Although using a 4th grade Emperor martial skill with his current strength was a little difficult, its power was still much stronger than a 3rd grade Emperor martial skill. Moreover, he knew that even a major general of the Purple Mansion Army would be considered very good if he could cultivate a 3rd order Emperor level martial skill. But he could even use a 3rd grade Emperor martial skill with ease. Ling Xiao had no chance of winning against him. Little guy, you're pretty brave. Where's the other one? The old Silverworm looked at Ling Xiao while searching for Zilong's whereabouts. He didn't mind killing one more person. It would increase his slaughter points by a lot. Just now, his goo bug had discovered 2 people, but now there was only Ling Xiao. This didn't seem right. But even so, he was still very excited. When he saw Ling Xiao and Zilong were still alive, he thought they were under Zi Chenya's protection. He was a little depressed as he couldn't get Ling Xiao's body. But now, It was obvious that Zi Qinya wasn't here. These two guys weren't under anyone's protection, not even anyone from the Zi family. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he couldn't care less. Even if Ling Xiao and Zi Long had some kind of special strategy, it was useless in front of his formidable strength. You don't need to know where Zi Long is, because you're going to die soon. Ling Xiao still had a calm expression. This made the old silver worm feel a little unhappy. But as time passed, there were only a little more than 10 minutes left before the hour was up. But there were still 35 people left. This wasn't good. He had to kill Ling Xiao and Zi Long as soon as possible. The number of people decreased by 2. Forget it. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. He'll naturally come out after I kill you. The old silver worm sneered, revealing a ferocious expression. At the same time, Ling Xiao had also entered the everlasting heavenly rat's beast soul transformation state. He held the first Blood Sun world in his hand and activated the Blood Sun scripture. The killing intent in the surroundings began to madly surge into the Blood Sun world. Currently, the biggest benefit of cultivating the Blood Sun Sutra was that he could directly use the killing intent in his surroundings to fight. This made Ling Xiao even more powerful. Martial Spirit Barrier. After transforming, Ling Xiao took out the first Blood Sun world and released his Martial Spirit Barrier. This was because he did not want the battle here to attract the nearby warriors or evil spirits. At the very least, the Martial Spirit Barrier could conceal their battle aura. This would also prevent the old silver worm from escaping. If the old silver worm chose to escape, instead of chasing after him, he might not be able to catch up. You were the one who gave Yu Qilong the flower worm goo, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. That's right. At least you have some knowledge. But what's the use of knowing it now? The old silver worm revealed a ferocious smile and said, I was a famous expert in the past. I was from the same era as the Blood Sword Supreme. Do you really think you can defeat this old man with your strength? Who knows? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In fact, he did not know if he could defeat the old silver worm. Even with the Tai Chi eyes analysis, he only had a 50% chance of winning. Everything would depend on his control during the battle. If there was a mistake in his control, he would be the one who would die. But even so, he still had to give it his all. Warriors were not afraid of hardships. Swordsmen were not afraid of anything. Brother Ling Xiao, if you really can't do it, just run. There's no need to perish together with this old thing. Zi Long could not see the situation outside from the beast ring, but he could still communicate with Ling Xiao spiritually. I don't intend to perish together with him. He's not worthy. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry. I will definitely win this battle. If he did not even have the confidence to win, what would he use to fight? Boom. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. His opponent was too strong. He was even stronger than Niafeng. He had to use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit to deal with Niafeng. It was even more necessary to deal with the old silver worm. Even the slightest bit of hesitation could cost him his life. As the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit was released, countless starlight poured into his everlasting heavenly rat beast spirit transformation. His transformation actually glowed with faint starlight. It emitted a terrifying aura like that of a starry sky beast. Terrifying energy continued to gather. In the pitch-black universe, the roars of giant beasts could be heard. It was as if they were responding to the powerful energy. The first Blood Sun world in his hand began to tremble violently. The bloody light became even brighter. It seemed to have sensed the majestic energy and was roaring excitedly. The air was filled with the smell of blood that was even thicker than the evil ghost maze. Ling Xiao's eyes turned into the pupils of a beast. They were completely different from humans. At this moment, in the old silver worm's eyes, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned from an ant that could be trampled to death at any time into a ferocious lion. This caused his expression to change greatly. What's going on? The old silver worm was shocked. This was something that he had never expected. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that an ant could turn into a ferocious beast in an instant, especially Ling Xiao's eyes under the beast spirit transformation. They were so cold that there was no feeling at all. It caused one's heart to tremble violently. Damn it! When did this kid grow to such a terrifying extent? The old silver worm subconsciously took 2 steps back. The contempt and disdain on his face suddenly became serious. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent anymore. Calm down, don't panic. Even if his strength surprised me, he did not surpass me. At most, we are on par. But I have a stronger martial skill. He is still not my opponent. Thinking of this, the old silver worm gradually calmed down. An easy battle had become difficult. That was all. He still would not lose. At least, that was what he thought. Gu King's possession. At that moment, the old silver worm used his trump card. A scorpion-like Gu worm entered his forehead. A moment later, his body began to change. A huge scorpion tail appeared behind him. Even his body and face were covered with a thick, hard shell. This made his defense even more terrifying. At the same time, behind him, the phantom of a centipede appeared. That should be his martial spirit. But this centipede was a little strange. There were 100 pairs of eyes on its body. Each pair of eyes was shining with a strange light. When Ling Xiao saw this, he frowned slightly. He knew that thing was not easy to deal with and had to be careful. Chapter 3750. Ling Xiao could sense that after this old silver worm unleashed all of his strength, he was at least 10 times stronger than Niafeng. Indeed, he wasn't easy to deal with. Strange brat, you've really surprised this old man. Who would have thought that you've been hiding such a terrifying strength? I even suspect that you're the one who killed Niafeng. The old silver worm stared at Ling Xiao. Even though he had used the Gu King's possession and summoned his 100-eyed centipede martial soul, Ling Xiao still couldn't defeat him. He still couldn't completely suppress Ling Xiao. This kid's martial soul was too strange. It was filled with the aura of the universe, and it was much more terrifying than any martial soul he had ever seen. Right now, all of Ling Xiao's martial souls had merged with the dark universe. They had perfectly merged into one. The ferocious beast soul, the sharp divine demon sword soul, both of them were much stronger than before. You're right, I'm the one who killed Niafeng. Ling Xiao sneered. Are you scared now? With his Tai Chi eye, he saw a flash of regret and fear in the old silver worm's eyes. If he knew that Ling Xiao was so strong, the old silver worm would never have chased after him. He would rather hide and wait for the time to end. But now it was too late. He knew about the martial soul barrier, and unless he killed Ling Xiao, there was no way he could escape from here. He had escaped from the Blood Sword Reverend, but now he was forced to fight a second Divine Core warrior to the point where he had no choice but to do so. This was really ironic. Gu King Scorpion Tail. The old silver worm didn't hesitate any longer. He waved his huge scorpion tail and attacked Ling Xiao. The strength of this attack had reached the level of a third-order emperor martial skill. The old silver worm had completely surpassed Niafeng in all aspects. After all, Niafeng's strongest attack was only at this level. The huge scorpion tail pierced through the air, and it was glowing with a strange blue light. It wasn't just a sword attack. It also contained a deadly poison. If you want to kill me, this terrifying attack won't be enough. Ling Xiao sneered. He waved his first-order Blood Sun World, ignoring the huge scorpion tail's attack. He directly charged over. Sky Tyrant, Blood Shadow Kill. With the support of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the power of Blood Shadow Kill was comparable to a high-grade Third Order Emperor-grade martial skill. He easily knocked aside the huge scorpion tail and charged straight at the old silverworm's body. This terrifying power and speed caused the old silverworm to turn pale with fright. Damned bastard! How could you have a Heavenly King artifact? Also, why is your attack so terrifying? Is it a high-grade Third Order Emperor class martial skill? How could you possibly know how to do it? The old silver worm was startled. He was furious and aggrieved. However, he didn't have the time to express his feelings. With a wave of his right hand, it transformed into a giant pincer that grabbed toward Ling Zhao's first-generation Bloody Sun world. He was trying to block Ling Zhao's attack. This old man doesn't believe that you can really fight me head-on. I'll blow your head off. He thought it through very well. He used one hand to block Ling Zhao's attack, and the other hand to crush Ling Zhao's head. However, the reality was a little hard for him to believe. Boom! The pincer and the sword collided. The first-generation Bloody Sun world was slightly deflected, but it still stabbed toward the old silver worm. Slash! A piece of flesh on the old silver worm's shoulder was sliced off. Blood splattered everywhere. The smell of blood in the air became even stronger. The old silver worm endured the pain and thrust his huge scorpion tail forward once again. But Ling Zhao didn't want to fight him head-on. Instead, he turned into a white beam and retreated. The enraged old silver worm touched his own shoulder. His hand was stained with blood. Right now, he had the urge to tear Ling Zhao into pieces. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He roared furiously. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Ling Zhao was just a second Heavenly Divine Core warrior, and he was actually able to gain the upper hand in a head-on collision. Not only did he repel the old silver worm's attack, he even injured him. What was going on? Even though he had a mortal-grade Heavenly King artifact, even though his martial skill was a high-grade Third Order Emperor class martial skill, but it shouldn't be this strong. Oh, right, it must be because Tang Yi's body is too trashy. If not, this wouldn't have happened. The old silver worm found an excuse for himself. It wasn't because he was too weak, it was because his body was too trashy. Surprised? Can't believe it? I've seen the same expression on Nie Feng's face. When he died, he was just as surprised as you were. But he was even more trashy than you. The moment I unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant, he exploded his inner core. You're stronger than him, and you only suffered light injuries when I unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant. You should be proud of yourself. Ling Zhao looked at the old silver worm with an indifferent expression. What he said was the truth. The old silver worm's performance was much better than Nie Feng's. Bullshit. I'll kill you. He was actually looked down upon and humiliated by a junior who was thousands of years younger than him. The old silver worm felt like his lungs were about to explode. He roared furiously and once again charged toward Ling Zhao. But this time, he used an even more powerful martial skill. 100 Eyes Field. Along with his furious roar, the surrounding environment instantly changed. The originally pitch-black universe. It was actually blocked by countless pairs of eyes. Those pairs of eyes emitted cold and evil gazes, as if they were all staring at Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao didn't move. He looked at this strange field with vigilance. For cultivators, a field was already an outdated thing. But as a martial skill, a field could still be rejuvenated. Countless cultivators had studied this field for more than 100,000 years in order to make it more effective. With the completion of the 100 Eyes Field, Ling Zhao suddenly felt the pressure on him increase. It was as if he was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. His whole body was uncomfortable, and he didn't feel good at all. Then, rays of purple light were released from the countless pairs of eyes. They shot wildly at Ling Xiao's body. This terrifying purple light had great destructive power. If the opponent didn't have a high-level third-order Emperor Martial skill or above, they would be riddled with holes in an instant. Even if they had a high-level third-order Emperor Martial skill, they would still be seriously injured. Ling Xiao felt that he had made the right choice. That was to use the 100 transformation divine weapon as an armor. Because of this, his defense had been greatly improved. It was equivalent to a low-level fourth-order Emperor Martial skill. Because of this, even if the purple light kept hitting him, he would only suffer minor injuries. But he had to admit that he felt really uncomfortable. Every ray of purple light could force out the potential in his body in order to resist the pressure of the purple light. But the old silver worm didn't know about Ling Xiao's ability. In his opinion, a high-level third-order Emperor Martial skill was something that even a fourth-order Divine Core warrior couldn't cultivate. Ling Xiao was only a second-order Divine Core warrior, and that made it even more impossible for him to cultivate it. Therefore, when faced with this frightening attack, he would definitely die. There was no way for him to turn the tables around. "Buddy, you really don't know how strong I am. I don't think Nie Feng knows how to use a martial skill like this." After unleashing the 100 Eyes field, the old silver worm's confidence returned. Chapter 37:51. Brat, you're just a second-level Divine Core warrior. Do you really think you can defy the heavens? Facing my 100 Eyes domain, only death awaits you. The old silver worm was in high spirits, and excitement could be seen in his eyes. After being scared to death by Ling Xiao, he could finally hold his head high and let out a breath of relief. Indeed, his 100 Eyes sphere was extremely frightening. Ling Xiao was in the middle of the 100 Eyes sphere's attacks, and he could feel his body constantly being impacted by the terrifying attacks. If it wasn't for his black, tortoise divine body and the defense of the 100 transformations weapon, he wouldn't have been able to survive. But right now, he didn't have the time to care about these things with the old silver worm. He was feeling both pain and happiness at the same time. Such a high density of attacks, it caused the potential in his body to explode. Not only was the energy in his cultivation ocean increasing rapidly, even his Niden was becoming stronger. The divine core in his body was actually unleashing its energy to strengthen Ling Xiao's inner core. This was something that even Ling Xiao didn't expect. 10%, 20%, 80%, 90%, 100%. The energy in his cultivation ocean skyrocketed like a flood. However, when it reached 100%, it finally stopped. It looked like breaking through to the perfect second divine core realm wasn't an easy task. But even so, Ling Xiao's combat strength had increased by at least 7 to 8 times. He was much stronger than before. It was time for him to strike back. 100 Eyes sphere is indeed frightening, but it's still lacking by a little bit. I'll let you have a taste of my divine ability. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice sounded out from within the countless purple lights. This startled the old silver worm. Although the 100 Eyes sphere wasn't his most powerful attack, it was still extremely frightening. Why couldn't he kill Ling Xiao? What was this guy's body made of? Just as he was still in shock, a cold voice sounded out once again. Bloodthirsty plague. Following this voice, the red plague instantly filled the entire space. Countless eyes were swallowed by the plague. Even the old silver worm's body was covered by the plague. At this moment, the old silver worm was scared out of his wits. He thought that the previous Ling Xiao was already the strongest Ling Xiao. However, he never expected that Ling Xiao still had a trump card. What the hell is this? It was like a goo worm, but It was stronger than a goo worm. It was like a domain, but it could also restrain a domain. Could it be that this brat is also an old monster that has lived for thousands of years and has taken over someone else's body like me? The old silver worm's shock was no small matter. He began to confirm that Ling Xiao was an old monster who had hidden his strength and was deliberately pretending to be weak. It was only when he was captured that he revealed his true strength, making him feel fear and regret. Perhaps Niefeng had encountered the same situation. Even though he still didn't understand the true effects of the bloodthirsty rat plague, he still didn't know the true effects of it. But old Silver Worm was a goo master. He was well aware of the terror of goo worms. Therefore, he desperately urged his true essence to drive away the plague, fearing that it would affect him. Even so, the effects of the bloodthirsty plague still took effect. Devour energy, devour qi and blood. It was even gnawing on his inner core. Devour martial spirit. These little things were simply the most terrifying goo worms. No matter which goo master it was, they could not refine such a terrifying thing. To speak the truth, even Ling Xiao himself was shocked by such an effect. In the past, his bloodthirsty plague could only devour blood and energy. At most it could weaken the opponent. But now, not only had the devouring range increased, its power had also clearly increased. He guessed that this was due to the increase in the grade of his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. Of course, it was also related to the awakening of his sun god bloodline. In addition, his cultivation had also increased. Thus, the current bloodthirsty plague was created. This was definitely an unexpected gain. No, this cannot happen. Get lost. Originally, old Silver Worm had only used 10% of his true essence, attempting to drive away or eliminate the bloodthirsty plague. But now, he realized that this was not working. His inner core had actually started to show some small cracks. If he could not suppress these little things as soon as possible, he would be finished without even fighting. He had no choice but to use 30% of his strength. As this 30% condensed into a terrifying attack, the bloodthirsty plague was suppressed. Only then did he gradually regain his composure. But that was 30% of his strength. In other words, if he were to fight with Ling Xiao, he could only use 70% of his strength at most. Otherwise, he would be bitten to death by the bloodthirsty plague. However, what made him feel terrified was Ling Xiao, who was opposite him, seemed to have increased his strength again. Not only was his strength not weaker than before, but it had also become stronger. Break for me! Old Silver Worm roared, his true essence roaring wildly. He tried to disperse the space formed by the bloodthirsty plague. This feeling of suppression was really too depressing. Goo King's kill. In his rage, old Silver Worm once again used a martial skill. His 100 Eyes domain needed to fight against the bloodthirsty plague, so he could only use other martial skills to attack. Fortunately, old Silver Worm was an old monster, and he was proficient in many third-level Emperor martial skills. Goo King's kill was one of them. Following the angry roar, a huge scorpion shadow broke out of his body and rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't break the bloodthirsty plague, then he would destroy the body of the bloodthirsty plague. Do you think you can kill me with just a third-level Emperor martial skill? The second move of Blood Shadow Sword Art, Phantom Kill. It was a move even more terrifying than Blood Shadow Kill. Ling Xiao's body completely turned into a phantom during the attack, invisible and traceless. Its power was 2 or 3 times stronger than Blood Shadow Kill. In addition, it was supported by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Its power was very terrifying. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded. Goo King's kill hit empty air. Ling Xiao was no longer in the same place. This made old Silver Worm tremble all over. Ling Xiao was no longer in the same place, so there was only one possibility, and that was that he was already close to him. At this moment, he revealed an extremely frightened expression. He desperately urged his true essence to defend. However, this sword strike still managed to cut off one of his arms. Old Silver Worm let out a terrified roar. His figure was like a ghost, scurrying around in the small martial spirit barrier. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would attack him again. At this moment, the confidence that had just been restored to his face disappeared once again. What remained was only fear and regret. You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Anger and fear made Old Silver Worm ready to do whatever it took. He didn't want to use a 4th level Emperor martial skill at first, because a 4th level Emperor martial skill would cause his body to fester completely. After all, this body was Tang Yi's, not his own, so it couldn't bear such a terrifying power. But at this moment, what could he do? Explode his Naiden? Nie Fong had already exploded his Naiden once, and he failed. Whether Ling Xiao was telling the truth or not, he didn't want to take the risk. So he planned to use a 4th level Emperor martial skill. It was safer than exploding his Naiden, and its power was not inferior. Chapter 3752. Ling Xiao, I admit that you are very strong and a tough bone to chew, but don't force me. Release your martial spirit barrier now, and we will pretend we never met. Otherwise, even if I lose this body, I will turn you into ashes. Don't underestimate my determination. The Old Silver Worm was still afraid. He had finally found Tang Yi, this idiot, to contain his soul. He was absolutely unwilling to give it up so easily. So he did not want to die. He was unwilling even if he had to die together with Nie Tian. In this aspect, he was inferior to Nie Fong. But it was understandable. After all, he had been sealed for thousands of years. How depressing would it be to die right after waking up? If it were anyone else, they would probably be unwilling as well. I believe in your determination, but I don't believe you can kill me. Ling Xiao was bursting with confidence now. How could he easily let go of the Old Silver Worm who had lost an arm? No matter how he looked at it, he had the upper hand now. The other party did not even have the qualifications to die. Good, good. The Old Silver Worm's expression suddenly became extremely sinister and terrifying. You have to force me. You have to force me. I will let you die without a burial place. Ling Xiao's determination and strength left the Old Silver Worm with no other choice. At this moment, he could only fight with all his might to obtain a chance of survival, even though he was extremely regretful, regretting that he had provoked Ling Xiao. But no matter what, things had already reached this stage. He did not care anymore. Rumble! A terrifying thing happened. Countless worms crawled out of the Old Silver Worm's body. These worms gradually wrapped around his body, forming a layer of sturdy goo worm armor. A strange venom was released from the insect's body, making him look extremely ugly. But it had to be said that this change caused the Old Silver Worm's battle strength to soar. The Old Silver Worm laughed wildly, as if he had gone crazy. His entire body became 3 to 4 times bigger. His original human form was now only 30% human-like, and the other 70% resembled a ghost. A crazy poisonous fog spread in the air. This poisonous fog was not only a neurotoxin, but also a corrosive toxin. It could injure a martial artist's soul, causing them to lose their consciousness and then corrode their body. It would completely turn the martial artist into a pile of poisonous liquid. Ordinary 3rd-level Divine Core warriors wouldn't be able to defend themselves from this poisonous mist. Release them, my cute little babies. I have painstakingly refined these goo worms for thousands of years. Use your venom to corrode that stupid human. Hearing the Old Silver Worm's words, and seeing the changes in the old silver worm's body. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This move of the old silver worm was indeed a move that could kill 1,000 enemies, but damage to himself by 800. Most likely, after using it, his physical body would be completely destroyed. However, he had to admit that this move caused his strength to skyrocket. It had increased by at least 10 times. Although he was still far away from the fourth divine core realm, his strength had once again suppressed Ling Xiao. Even though Ling Xiao was under the tyrannical heavenly martial spirit, he still felt fear and pressure. To be honest, I don't want to use this move the most, because he hurt others and hurt himself. But you don't know how to cherish it. If you insist on keeping me here, then I can only kill you first. The old silver worm was not happy, because this was not the result he wanted. Initially, he just wanted to kill Ling Xiao easily, then kill Zilong and leave quietly. But who would have thought that this would be the result? Hurt others and hurt yourself? But in my opinion, besides hurting yourself, this move of yours is useless. Ling Xiao said with a mocking smile on his face. The first blood sun whirled in his hand was still glowing brightly. The blood-red energy caused the killing intent in the air to skyrocket. He pointed the sword at the old silver worm. It was as if he was walking through a storm. Jiang Chen had to admit that the old silver worm had given him a huge amount of pressure. But this wasn't enough to scare him. You're just bluffing. Even a fourth-level divine core warrior would be terrified by this move of mine. You don't have to put on an act. Do you really think I'll fall for your trick? In just a few moments, you'll be lying on the ground because of this deadly poison, and you'll turn into a pile of venom. The old silver worm didn't believe that his most powerful attack couldn't kill Ling Xiao. He didn't believe it, and he didn't dare to believe it. He knew that if he still couldn't defeat Ling Xiao with this move, it would mean that he had completely failed. What awaited him next would be the most miserable death. Oh, how long is a few moments? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a mocking smile. It'll be over soon. The old silver worm said. Ling Xiao responded with a smile. He didn't say anything, and he didn't attack either. He just waited. 10 seconds passed. Ling Xiao was still standing there, completely fine. The old silver worm's expression changed slightly. 20 seconds passed. Ling Xiao was still fine. The old silver worm started to panic. 30 seconds passed. Ling Xiao had finally changed. But this was the change that the old silver worm didn't want to see. The terrifying poisonous mist was devoured by the Hydra. 30 seconds had finally allowed Ling Xiao to break through his shackles. His cultivation had once again increased, and he had broken through to the peak second-level divine core realm. His overall strength had increased by a few times as well. Compared to the late second-tier divine core realm, it was at least 10 times stronger. Not only was Ling Xiao still alive, his overall strength had increased. This caused the old silver worm to turn pale with fright. How is this possible? The old silver worm couldn't believe this. Everyone who tries to poison me will tragically realize that I am the ancestor of all poisons. Hydra of hell, sky tyrant, myriad snakes. Just now, Ling Xiao had been quietly absorbing the poisonous mist to increase his overall strength. But now, there was no need for that. Since the old silver worm had realized that the poisonous mist couldn't hurt him, therefore, he had to end this battle as soon as possible. Following his roar, countless huge poisonous snakes flew out from the universe of tyrants like divine dragons. In an instant, they filled the entire space. The old silver worm was bitten by the poisonous snakes, and he was in great pain. Even though he could resist the poison, these poisonous snakes had sharp teeth. They could easily tear apart any part of his body. No, give me a quick death. I beg you. The old silver worm screamed out in fear. Although Zilong couldn't see what was happening outside the beast ring, he could still hear what was happening outside. The old silver worm's miserable begging had caused him to fall into a daze. He had never thought that his big bro Ling Xiao would be so terrifyingly strong. Even the old silver worm couldn't fight back in front of him. Give him a quick death. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. A huge snake king swallowed the old silver worm in one gulp. Ling Xiao had no interest in torturing his enemies. Besides, this old silver worm had been tortured enough. After the old silver worm was killed, Ling Xiao's slaughter points increased once again. Now it was 420. Ling Xiao retracted his martial soul barrier. The smell of blood quickly spread out. Chapter 3753. The stench of blood and killing intent was quickly released. But Ling Xiao didn't care about it anymore. There were less than 7 minutes left before the end of the first stage. Even if he ran into Yu Hua, he still had a chance to escape. There are still 33 people left. While Ling Xiao was killing Old Silverworm, he had also killed a man. There were only 7 minutes left. There were still 3 people left before the requirement of 30 people. Perhaps everyone was very anxious right now. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the 2 cultivators who were fighting within a 1-kilometer radius of him. Both of them were second-tier Divine Core warriors. One of them was a warrior from the Z family. The other one was Gue Su. He wouldn't kill the innocent, but Gue Su must die. Not only did Gue Su trick Zilong into being captured, he even poisoned the men of the King Mansion. Why not kill a traitor like him? Why keep him alive? Ling Xiao dashed over. The 2 warriors were still fighting fiercely. Because both of them were equal in strength, it was impossible for either of them to win in a short period of time. Gue Su, prepare to die. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice could be heard. The 2 martial artists who were in the middle of a battle were startled. The originally dark and gloomy battle actually quickly came to a stop. Both of them looked at the direction where Ling Xiao was coming from. Fuck, so it's you little trash. You scared me. Seeing Ling Xiao, Gue Su wasn't scared at all. Instead, he became extremely angry. He looked at the warrior from the Z family and said, "Brother, can we put our fight aside for now?" "Of course, but Ling Xiao is mine." This warrior from the Z family was Zilan's loyal dog. He was unhappy that Ling Xiao dared to talk back to Zilan in the star-picking pavilion. He had been looking for Ling Xiao and Zilong all this time. He didn't expect to run into Gue Su. Both of them started fighting. Now that he saw Ling Xiao, he naturally wouldn't let him go. "All right, let's fight together. Let's see who's faster." Gue Su was overjoyed. Dealing with Ling Xiao by himself, he was still somewhat unsure. But if he joined forces with the warriors of the Z family, that would be much simpler. Origin Deity was an alchemist after all, so he was a notch inferior in terms of speed. In an instant, the warriors of the Z family took the lead. Just as the bottomless ruin was feeling depressed, suddenly he found that the warrior of the Z family had been split into 2. Blood covered his face. The number on the crystal ball changed to 32. "Impossible. How did you suddenly become so strong?" Sinkhole looked as if he had seen a ghost as he turned around and fled. But at this time, Ling Xiao directly took out the profound theory bow and shot an arrow at Sinkhole. The arrow pierced through Gue Su's head from behind. Gue Su charged forward for a distance before finally collapsing to the ground. Ling Xiao swallowed their inner cores one after another, turning them into the potential of a divine pill. Then he collected their storage rings. Only then did he take a look at the crystal ball. The number changed to 31. There were about 6 minutes left before the first level of the game ended. If they could not reduce the number of people to 30 before the end, everyone would be wiped out. Although Ling Xiao didn't believe the blood sword reverend's threat, but the others did. Therefore, in the evil ghost labyrinth, crazy pursuits were happening everywhere. Everyone wanted to get rid of this last person and end this terrible massacre. But in the end, no one wanted to die. They would definitely try their best to hide. It wouldn't be easy to find them. But Ling Xiao didn't try to hide. Instead, he unleashed his killing intent without hesitation. It was as if he was purposely trying to lure those who were trying to kill the other warriors. After a brief moment, a figure appeared 1 mile away from Ling Xiao. With this person's speed, it would take her at least 10 seconds to arrive. But Ling Xiao didn't plan to run away. It was the girl from the Z family, Mengyu. Mengyu was a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he was no match for her. But it wouldn't be easy for her to kill him. This time, he didn't summon Zilong. Instead, he watched as Mengyu approached. I never thought my killing intent would attract you. Looks like my luck isn't that good. Actually, Ling Xiao was trying to attract Zi Qinya. After searching for half a day, he still couldn't find Zi Qinya. Instead of wasting time, he decided to unleash his terrifying killing intent. His killing intent could penetrate through the evil ghost labyrinth's barrier. If Zi Qinya was nearby, she would definitely come. But the first one to arrive was Mengyu. This surprised Jiang Chen. In fact, Mengyu was even more surprised. Mengyu saw the corpses of the Gui, Su, and Zi family warriors on the ground. All of them were 2nd level Divine Core warriors. But they were obviously killed with a single strike. And there was only Ling Xiao here. Could it be Ling Xiao who did this? Where's Sister Qinya? Mengyu asked cautiously. She had racked her brains. And she felt that there was only one possibility for Ling Xiao to survive, and that was Zi Qinya protecting them. Since Ling Xiao was here, Zi Qinya must be here as well. That was the reason why Jiang Chen didn't attack immediately. She was afraid that this was a trap. I didn't see her. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile as he said indifferently, You didn't see her? Hee hee, don't joke around. Are you going to tell me that you killed these 2 men? Mengyu laughed. The smarter a person was, the more suspicious they would be. Although Ling Xiao said he didn't see Zi Qinya, Mengyu felt that Ling Xiao was lying to her. He was purposely baiting her to attack, so that Zi Qinya would have a reason to kill her. And I killed them. Not only them, I also killed Niafeng, ZMO, and the others. Oh, that Tangy over there. He was killed by me as well. What else do you want to know? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Ha ha ha, little guy, you're really good at joking. If you killed those men, doesn't that mean I can kill you as well? Mengyu didn't believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Believe it or not, Sister Qinya isn't here. Ling Xiao said indifferently, There are less than 5 minutes left until the end of the first round. There's still one more death. Aren't you going to do something? Boy, you're too cunning. Are you trying to lure me to kill you? I'm not that stupid. Besides, we're a family. Why would I kill you? Mengyu was almost certain that Ling Xiao was purposely baiting her. She wouldn't fall for it. However, Zilong and Gao Hong were laughing in the beast ring. Mengyu is too stupid. Brother Ling Xiao is telling the truth, but she doesn't dare to do anything? Hee hee, you can't blame her. This is the so-called empty fort strategy. Our allies are too smart. Instead, they scared themselves. Gao Hong smiled and said, I have to say, young Master Ling Xiao is really cunning. If he said he was lying about the king being here, Mengyu wouldn't believe him. Brilliant, really brilliant, Zilong praised. In fact, they all misunderstood Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was really an honest person.